Good morning, everybody, and welcome to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the Thunderbolt circuit here, and more importantly, it's the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh, and we're going to be bringing you the racing action here from the Thunderbolt circuit all weekend long. We've got a couple races. Actually, we've got 6 races on the docket for you here this morning and this afternoon. We've got 3 different race groups. We've got our blue group, our yellow group, and our red group. And that very first race group heading out onto 2 1/4 mile, 13-turn New Jersey Motorsports Park Thunderbolt circuit here in Millville, New Jersey. Right now, let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 66 blue Porsche 911, that's a 1970 911 in the GT4 class, it's Claudio Kempf. Thomas Kohler is in a 1995 911, also in the GT4 class. The red machine starts second. Jared Jacobs is our VO, that's our one of our vintage classes. He's the VO pole sitter today, starting on the inside of row number 2. He's driving a 1980 Porsche 911 SC, that's the yellow machine there, and it looks like we may be missing a car up at the front of the field then. Starting 4th today, scheduled to start on the outside of row number 2, Don Jacobs in the VGTO Porsche 914-6, that's the black machine there. Then we got Donald Anger in his 1987 Porsche 911. He is your 911 Cup pole sitter, with Jason Nikic starting in 6th, the outside of row number 3. He's driving the Bahama Blue Turbo Look Porsche 911, that's a 1984 edition. And then we've got on the inside of row number 4, Eugene Bosch. He's driving the number 23 1986 Porsche 911. Hard to miss him. He's in the pink pig there, coming through turn number 7, with Lee Lasberg driving his 1979 green 911 Euro SC, also in the 911 Cup class. Then we got Jeff Wiggins in 911 Cup. He's in a 1981 edition. That's the blue machine, the number 73 car, with Alex Au in the number 250 machine. That is a 1979 911. That's the gray machine. Then we've got Paul Amico. He is in the VO class. He is driving his green 1971 Porsche 911. That's the number 12 machine, with Alex Farragut starting 12th. Alex is in the number 229 green 1984 911. Nate Dos Santos is in the 0 car. He is in the 911 Cup class. He's in a 1977 Carrera 3.0. That's the black machine back there. Then we've got Jose Roque in the VGTO 1986 911. That is your top 14 as the starter looks over the field, and green flag, gentlemen, is in the air.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, great start there at the beginning by Thomas Kohler along with Jared Jacobs. Jared Jacobs moving up, and we've talked about this and we've seen this many times. Jared Jacobs, Donald Jacobs, always side by side. Doesn't matter where they go racing, as it does look like now it's going to be Jared Jacobs is going to lead that 51 of Donald Jacobs through turn 1 and up through turn 2. So a really good start there by Jared Jacobs.
All right, as they make their way over through and to turn 3, Brian, very quick run over that crest of the hill, over towards turn number 4 and into turn 5 for the very first time. And again, jumping out to that early lead in the GT4 class is Thomas Kohler. Jared Jacobs just a little bit further behind, and it looks like Eugene Bosch in the pink pig there did not get a good start, Brian. He drops all the way back from 7th all the way to the back of the field. I think right now around 16 cars deep. So he's got a big job ahead of him as he tries to work his way back up through the field. He started 3rd in the 911 Cup class, now sits, I believe, around 6th in that class.
Yeah, I tell you what, that car does not look like it's at full song right now, Greg, but the car that is at full song, and that's Alex Farragut. Alex had a problem yesterday during qualifying, had a slow leak in the tire where it almost caused the tire to go flat. That car was super tight all through practice yesterday, but she has definitely gotten on it. She has definitely moved up in that number 229, that green 911. We'll have to see where she's going to drop in here after the first lap, but a great move from where she started on this field.
So, Art, you've been working here with this region of the Porsche Club of America for quite some time. What are you looking forward to in today's races here?
Well, the guys, they're still kind of feeling out the car. A lot of these fellas go with brand new tires to start because they're not going to lose 0.3 of a second a lap just because they don't want to spend $1,200. So they spend $1,200, buy a set of sneakers, and they're just trying to get the feel for it as they're coming up to temperature. So it'll take them a few laps to settle in here and then really put the bit between their teeth.
All right, and of course, they've got a lot of racing ahead of them. As we mentioned, all of these racers are going to have 2 races today, and then they're going to have a 3rd race tomorrow morning before we go into endurance race mode tomorrow afternoon after lunch. But all the races here today, they're going to be 30 minutes in length, and you can see they're leading the VU class right now is Frank Prey, and let's see where he started off.
I'll tell you what, Greg, while you're looking that up, though, he is in a heck of a battle there with Alex Farragut coming through the last couple of turns right there, as that car really got loose on entry into that turn number 11 to come up underneath the bridge there. He basically had to get completely out of the throttle to get that car back going straight. If not, it could have been where he could have went completely around.
Yeah, and so go ahead. I'm sorry, Alex.
I thought I saw some sort of a snake in the back of that car for a second, and then you started talking about Franklin there. What a great guy. He's been racing forever, and actually he does the PCA staffing for these events also when he has a chance. But he really enjoys racing this car, and when you look in the dictionary under nice guy, there's Franklin's picture. So we wish him the best out there.
Right next to both Greg and mine.
Oh,
That's right.
Oh, that goes
right
without
between
saying.
us. Had a great conversation with Franklin at Road Atlanta, where he was a steward that weekend as he was overlooking the races here. And again, much different behind the wheel. Franklin is in the white 1969 911, white with the blue stripe down the roof and down the we'll call it the hood here. Franklin, he started off 20th, and a great early run for him. As you said, he's fighting with Alex Farragut in the 911 Cup car. Franklin worked his way from 20th up to 10th, made up 10 positions on that first lap. He's the trailing car in this first group with that green 911 just ahead. That is Alex Farragut. Now, Farragut racing in the 911 Cup class, not in the same class as Prey, and right now, Farragut currently running 6th out of 9 racers in that 911 Cup class.
Yeah, she definitely started at the back, like I mentioned, Greg. She definitely had a problem yesterday during qualifying. Did get a chance to speak with her. Actually, Alex is going to join us at some point, hopefully for the next race, to especially talk about the Spec Boxer class. And just as we talk about it, Greg, Alex Farragut goes up over the hill there, coming out of turn number 2 into turn 3, and loops the car around completely. We'll see whether or not she's going to be able to continue that. She may be down just over the hill off to the right.
Yeah, we'll see if she gets that car back underway. Now, Art, that is a very difficult part of the course. You've got the car loaded up coming out of turn 2, coming down the hill, and then you've got that quick rise there, and it really unloads the rear of these cars. And we know that Alex is coming from racing a 944, but obviously in one of these older 911s, if you lift off the throttle there to deal with that bump, you could certainly run into issues with lift-off oversteer, right?
Yeah, all the times I was driving at this track in my 944 turbo, I must admit, I never felt that. Of course, I've never been out there in a rear-engine air-cooled car, so that was one of those boop, boop, boop moments. It was interesting. She looped the car around and then, of course, went right over the hill so we couldn't see at all. And they got 12 cameras. You think they'd put 13 cameras on?
Brendan, we'll have to talk to the folks at DriversEye Live about that.
The only place on course we couldn't see her.
Oh, that's right. Well, she has gotten that car back underway. She's dropped back a number of positions. Yeah, we saw the tire smoke running across, but it looked like she did a pretty nice little spin there and recovered. That she never actually came to a stop at the crest of that hill.
Yeah.
And so good recovery for her. She is currently running now in 10th place overall. Both Franklin Prey and Jose Roque in his VGTO 86 911. Both got around Farragut with that miscue.
But Greg, just a little bit of cleanup here. We just saw Jared Jacobs come down on pit road. So Jared having a problem there. He was up there running in the top 3 or 4 at the beginning of this race, only completing 4 laps. The driver you said that you did not see at the beginning of the field when you were doing the starting lineup, that is the 66 of Claudio Kempf.
Correct.
Did not make the green for this. And also Eugene Basha has also dropped out after only 2 laps. So again, that car not sitting here full song here.
I had a chance before in another race to talk to Claudio about his car. It's wicked cool, and find out more about him and where he's from and all, and wish him good luck out there, because it's always a riot to watch that old car bomb around here.
We talked about the spin there, Greg, with Alex. Now she is in a battle there with Nate DeSantos, and Nate actually got around her. That is actually for position in that 911 Cup class right there. So again, move Nate DeSantos up into 6th place, move Alex back to 7th. So again, I think she probably has some flat spots on those tires, just trying to still feel that thing out. Again, when she goes back up over that hill, it's got to sit in her mind. What did I do wrong there? And is the car just not handling there? Again, we talked about it earlier. She had a very, very tight condition yesterday, and going through practice, really trying to loosen the car up, she actually made it super loose off of exit, which really upset the car. And that was a conversation I had last night.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll see it the next time around, Brian, as they come through that corner and catch a lot of curbing. It really does seem to upset and almost lift the inside rear wheel of a lot of these race cars off the pavement there. And so if you have set your car up to be very loose, to rotate very easily, certainly you can have some issues. Now, interesting, you and Art noted about Nate Dos Santos, who is running his 1911, pardon me, his 911 Carrera. It's a... Yeah, Brendan wants to know if it's from my childhood. Yes, 1911 is my childhood. Actually, from my childhood, it's a 1977 vintage car. And a pretty neat note that after the weekend's over, he's going to be heading straight out to California, towing the race car out with his Cayenne, and displaying the car at PCA's Works Reunion Show during Monterey Car Week. So we've got, of course, the Monterey Classics coming up here. And then he's going to race in just a couple weeks at the PCA Club Race out at Laguna Seca.
Very nice. I tell you what, while we're doing that, let's see if we can't pick up. There's a really good battle going on right now between Jason Nickick and Donald Anger in that number 27 and 50. They should be kind of going around, coming through there. There they are. There's Jason Nickick right now. And then Donald Anger, at the last time by they crossed the start-finish line, it was only 0.5 of a second, but it really kind of broke down. Now you can see that Donald Anger is under the battle there with Lee Lasberg in that 201, Greg. But when they went down into turn 1, Donald Anger was right on the back bumper of Jason Nickick. And when they got to the end of it, it seemed like that car just did not want to get through that corner. Like he almost made it super, super tight trying to get through there.
Yeah, indeed. And so that is the battle for the lead right now in the 911 Cup, with Nickick in the Bahama Blue 1984 911, Don Anger in an 87 vintage, Lasberg in a 79 vintage with the Euro SC. And Brian, as they came, it looks as though Nickick definitely has, as they say, a little more straight line handling. But once they got into turn 2, Don Anger in that white number 50 machine ends up closing down, makes up, I'd say maybe 2.5 car lengths. So we can see there coming out of the 90-degree turn 5, he's able to close things down even more. But coming under braking going into turn 6. That is where the Bahama Blue machine of Nikic has a little bit of an advantage.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But when we get here back to what we call the octopus section back in here, this is where Donald Anger is able to close in a little bit, which really helps him. Now, you got Donald Jacobs in that 51. Again, that is the leader in the VGTO. That is not as far as battling class. He's just enough ahead where he's not, getting involved in that, and Jason Nikic just can't get to that back bumper. So we'll see. But as we get to the exit of the octopus, Greg, come up underneath that bridge, as you said, that's where Jason Nikic really pulls away in that 84 911.
And Nikic, Art, I don't know if you knew this, but this is, again, not going back to my childhood, but maybe a little bit before my childhood. Nikic is actually the publisher of what was at one time Andy Warhol's magazine, Interview Magazine, and and has met so many famous Americans over the years, and famous artists over the years. He is also a Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighter as well. So hopefully,
so in other words, if you're Donald Anger, you don't want to hit the back bumper of his car.
You want to leave the literal fight out on the racetrack and not back in the paddock once this race is over.
that probably wouldn't be the smartest thing in the world. Hey, you know what? You can have the position right now. I'm good.
Yeah, these fellas got a pretty good scrum going here. Really fun to watch. Like 3 car lengths in between them, and they're driving as hard as they can, and nobody seems to make up any ground. Corner to corner, same gap. Look at that.
Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg.
That's what he's probably talking about underneath his helmet. Is if he gets close to me, I'm sweeping the leg. No, I'm sweeping the right front. Look, there's certain parts of this racetrack. We've always talked about this as we get to the end with just about 16 and a half minutes left to go in this opening race here for this group. So, what ends up happening is, Greg, as I talked about, there's definitely 2 sections of this racetrack where one is faster than the other, and then what ends up happening is they compress in certain areas, and then the other one, as you talked about with Jason Nikic, able to get that straight line speed just a little bit on the throttle, just a little bit quicker.
All right. Well, gentlemen, we're coming up on about halfway through this 30-minute race. Let's do this. Let's first make a call to the grid for our next run group, and then we'll take a quick break. Thanks to some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Yellow Club Race number 1. Yellow Club Race number 1. First call.
All right, we'll be back with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Park Thunderbolt Circuit. It's the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche. We'll be right back. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park Thunderbolt Circuit. It is the 2025 edition of the Schattenbaum Showdown presented by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Porsche Club of America. And of course, this race presented by Stable Energies Motorsports. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And Brian, we're checking in now with this battle in 911 Cup between Alex Farragut and Ben Wallace. The battle for sixth in class. Farragut in that the green number 229, then Ben Wallace in the cream 1981 machine directly behind. And Wallace had just turned his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, and interesting to see there, a good friend of Art's, Tom Kohler, getting by the two 911s.
Yeah, I was going to say Tom Kohler coming up on them as well. And at one point, I really thought Ben Wallace was going to follow Kohler down there through turn one as we came back from that break, but he was not able to do that. It looks like Alex may have shut the door there, going down into turn one. So again, she's still holding that car length to a half a car length lead, again, for sixth position in that 911 Cup battle.
That's a really nice car Tom Kohler has. That thing's a sweetheart. He spent a lot of money on engine parts. He's blown it up a couple of times, but that's just the way the mop flops. If you're going to continue to do this, you got to be ready to keep the unit running to make the next race if you want, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, he said he bought it as a street car back in 2007, so it's certainly come a long way since then, whether it be replacing engines or whether it be the shopping cart handle on the back of that car. That wing almost reaches to the top of the water tower at on the front straight.
Well, he's definitely taking one of his occupations, and one of his occupations is obviously he's a retired motorcycle and flying, and that's exactly what he's doing around here, setting pretty good times in that 993 there with that 124.661 as his fastest lap. So
Tom's an instructor also for PCA, and I had him ride with me at Watkins Glen, and I never invited him back after all the laughter. I couldn't take it. I'm like, gosh.
Wait, were you laughing or was he laughing?
No, I'm sure he was laughing. It's like, dude, have you ever thought of baseball?
Oh, my.
Well, he's definitely... Yeah,
and Brian, big change there in 911 Cup as Alex Farragut gives up a position to Ben Wallace. The 666 machine gets by. And can he hold it going into turn 5? He does.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to be able to make that stick. And she may have just given it up, Greg. Again, I think that, that car, again, had really tight conditions all day yesterday. The temperatures are pretty close to what they were doing in practice yesterday. So, again, I don't think that car is really, the handling just isn't really there. This is kind of her home track as well. And she does said, that she's got some laps around here. But I just don't think that car is really handling the way she wants it to as we get through that battle. Looks like he's starting to pull away a little bit, but we've definitely still got that battle going on at the beginning of that 911 Cup with Jason Nikic and Donald Anger. Definitely went through turn 5 and really closed the gap coming out of turn 6 right there. They're right behind that battle with Farragut and Wallace.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, as that battle between Nikic and Anger continues. Now, of course, they did seem to break free and break clear of Lee Lasberg's Euro SC, who is now almost 15 seconds back. The last time we checked in with this duo, Lasberg was right there in the thick of the battle as well. But Anger, who just turned in his fastest lap of the race, actually ended up lapping about a quarter of a second faster than Nikic ahead. Now, again, coming out of the final corners, Nikic is able to open up that advantage, but we see again where Don Anger is able to close things up now coming under braking going into turn 1.
Yeah, definitely closes it down on the compression there going down into turn one. And I think that's Donald Anger just really obviously outbraking Nikic going into turn one. He's able to keep control there, get it through turn three, and as they head down the hill, this is where you talked about it earlier, Greg. This is where Nikic is able to break that a little bit further and get a little bit further ahead, but it doesn't seem like that's happening on this lap, and it could be the Donald Anger was probably just taking care of some tires there midway through this race as we've got just about 8 minutes left to go. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Yellow group, this is your second call to the grid, please. Yellow group, second call to the grid, please.
And, and all the while, Brian, Don Jacobs, who just turned in his fastest lap of the race in the 9:14.6 just ahead, he's been just far enough clear of these two 911 Cup racers that he hasn't really he's never been inserted into their race. I'm sure that Nikic would like nothing more than to find a way to get around that 914 and put Jacobs in more as a pick. Between he and Don Anger might relieve some of the pressure there, if only for a little bit.
Well, I think Jacobs really has a little bit more straight line speed than Jason Nikic does. So what ends up happening is he pulls away even further in certain parts of this racetrack, especially down the front stretch. You can see that as they go down into turn one. So that actually does help Jason out in that 27 machine, but it just doesn't allow Anger to get close enough to get that battle.
Yeah, and so Jacobs, who is essentially running a race of his own at this point. He is not the only VGTO class racer at the moment, but his next closest competitor is Jose Roca, sitting back in ninth position overall. Interesting about Don is he actually started his racing doing circle track out at Maple Grove, out near Reading, Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
and he calls. He calls Birdsboro, Pennsylvania home right now, and that would explain, I think, a lot of the time over at Maple Grove. But also his very first PCA event was almost 30 years ago, actually almost exactly 30 years ago, in 1995 with PCA back at Pocono.
Been around the block a little bit, Art.
Yeah, it sure sounds like it.
He's done quite a bit as they go down into turn. Sorry, Art, because they go down into turn one, and again they're coming up on some other traffic. And now here's where where Donald Jacobs gets stuck in behind the slower traffic. One of those is that Alex Farragut machine, and now Donald Anger, he ends up getting right back on that bumper again of Jason Nikic in that 27.
Yeah, should also
Paul Amico in that green 911 with the white stripe. So he was looking in the mirrors like, yikes, here they come.
Well, Paul has a podcast and a YouTube channel called Fearless in the Kitchen. Now I'm wondering if he's fearless on the racetrack.
Fearless in the racetrack.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah.
And of course, he's also responsible for 360 Consulting, who's one of our sponsors here this weekend. But hopefully he's as fearless on the racetrack as he is in the kitchen. Should also note, we were talking about Don Jacobs here a little bit earlier. Don's got a couple of his sons racing here this weekend. As a matter of fact, and I think you mentioned it earlier, Brian, Jared Jacobs, who retired after 4 laps in his 1980 911. He was the 2019 PCA Rookie of the Year.
Right.
Unfortunately, things not working out for him this weekend. But Don also has another son here racing this weekend, and that is, I believe, Jared. I just talked about Jared.
You're talking about Jared, yep.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! All of a sudden,
brain fade.
We'll pull it up.
Yeah, exactly. I just had brain fade. I couldn't remember his other son.
What's that? A 1980 911 breaking and not making it all the way to the finish? What is this?
Actually, and it's just Jared and Don racing here this weekend. But I'll come up with his other son's name here. In
Well,
just a moment.
I tell you what, when they got into that traffic, I think you're right. We were
Justin
talking about
Jacobs.
it. Yeah, Justin. It definitely ended up taking both of his sponsorships and put it in there because he got fearless there for a minute.
Did he do a 360?
Well, no, but he consulted himself to get out of the way in order to make that move. So
I wonder what the billable hours are on that.
I don't know. Right. So as this race is really starting to wind down here, just right around that 3 minutes mark, Jason Nickett, we've talked about this several times. Greg, this is where he really pulls away from anger. So this is where he really sets himself apart, coming through the middle to the end of the octopus to get ready to come up underneath that bridge. That's the gap that he has that has been able to hold off Donald Anger through the entire racetrack, because I think Donald Anger is faster, especially from turns 1 all the way down into turn number 6.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the high-speed sweepers, Art, the 50 car is quite a bit faster, but we are starting to see where Nickich, once you get into some of the tighter stuff like the Octopus, that is where that Bahama Blue machine does start to open up an advantage. And unfortunately, that's, right before you get to that final corner and onto the front straight. And as we've seen to this point, Don Anger hasn't been able to make up the ground that he loses in this final sector of the racetrack before he gets to the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's interesting when you mentioned the Octopus. It's such a slow corner, and you get in there, and you want to try so hard, but the back of the car just kind of, and you're just like, oh no, we don't want to hit that bridge. So your enthusiasm is tempered just a little bit, and that allows the other fella to catch up behind and kind of compromises your front stretch speed, but the preservation thing takes over.
Well, that 27 car, sorry, Greg, that 27 car, I mean, if you look at it, you can tell he definitely is able to get on the throttle quicker, certain parts back in there, where I think Donald Anger just can't.
Yeah,
right?
he
He has to wait on that car. Right, exactly. Definitely gets through the center of the apexes of those corners. He's able to get back on the throttle a little bit quicker. Here is when he gets down into the braking. I think he brakes obviously sooner than Donald Anger, but Donald Anger really now has a gap that it's going to be tough to overcome here with just about a minute and a half. So we should be getting ready to come to the 1 to go here, Greg, shortly.
All right, well, as we do have, it looks like probably this lap and 1 more to go. Art, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Yellow club race number 1, yellow club race number 1 to the grid.
All right, and so we continue to watch this battle for the lead in 911 Cup, and it looks like we had either a black squirrel or one of the many groundhogs at New Jersey Motorsports
Probably
Park.
your buddy.
Yeah, my friend from turn 13
Or a
popping
very
out
fast
from the
snake.
Armco to watch the battle himself.
Yeah.
And now, Brian, we're seeing where Jason Nickich is starting to come up on the back of Don Jacobs, and Jacobs might be, I was going to say, maybe holding him up at the point where he doesn't want or need him to. Jacobs actually opens up that corner to maybe let Nickich through, but at this point, as they should be getting the white flag this time by.
Yeah, they're getting
there you go. White flag is in the air.
Yeah.
Anger is probably further back than he's been since lap 2 of this race.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's where, it's kind of gotten to the point where certain areas now, as the tires are starting to really fall off, it's going to be really tough. And we'll talk about that when we get into our red group and that, where tire degradation really does play a factor here at New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Well, Don Jacobs in the black 914 might be thinking that, I'm leading my class. I got these 2 maniacs behind me. Just let them slide by if need be. Save my tires, because we got to go again in another couple of hours. So we'll see if he lets them by. He's got everything under control. I was speaking this morning, sitting over there in the paddock with Peter Daw and the crew that look after Jacob's car, and they've been looking after that for a number of years, and they know that thing inside and out, and Jacobs trusts them explicitly with keeping his unit going, and it's showing right now. It's no worries.
All right, so Art, your friend the comedian, Tom Kohler, driver of the 1995 GT4 911, took the checkered flag, won the Class 1 overall with. Now we're waiting and watching Don Jacobs here, who is the second car in line. If he comes across the line with only one more quarter to go, I can't see why he wouldn't. He'll take the win in the VGTO class. And following very close behind, your winner in 911 Cup here in race number 1 of 3 this weekend, it is Jason Nikic. He is your winner in class. Don Anger will finish in second. Lee Lasberg. Now there's Lee in the white 1979 Euro SC. He's going to come across the line. He will finish third in 911 Cup, with Jeff Wiggins finishing just off the podium in fourth. If we take a look at the VO class, Paul Amico there comes across the line. Amico's going to take the win in VO over Todd Simpson. Simpson finishes a lap down. And again, Jared Jacobs, only completing 4 laps, will finish in third. In VU, Franklin Prey, our only driver in the class. Again, he started 20th, worked his way all the way up in the 7th position. Great run for Franklin. We're going to see Franklin a little bit later today, as well, as he's going to bring out another one of his beautiful race cars. And then in GT, we talked about Tom Kohler taking the win in GT4, and in VGTO, again, Don Jacobs taking the win with Jose Roque in his 1986 Porsche 911, finishing second in class, a lap down. All right, so that is going to wrap it up for our first race of the day, and that was our blue group. That was our blue group presented by Stable Energies. Next up is going to be our yellow group. But first, we're going to take a quick break, and we're back here with more racing action from New Jersey Motorsports Park. In just a few moments, it's the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche, here with the PCA Club of America. We'll be right back.
For over 30 years, Overture Ultimate Home Electronics has specialized in designing, installing, and maintaining technology systems that enrich our clients' lives. Our values are rooted in delivering exceptional client experiences and fostering long-term relationships through unparalleled service and support. We offer both new build and retrofit specific solutions to help turn your home connectivity dreams into reality. To learn more about Overture Ultimate Home Electronics, visit us at overturehome.com today.
The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 33rd Annual Club Race and the 59th Driver Education Event at the National Park of Speed, Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. All Sunday and Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2025 Club Sport Triple Trofeo and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, this event features a Porsche parade using the original Road America race circuit, car show, and gourmet dinner banquet in beautiful downtown Elkhart Lake on Saturday evening, which is fun for the whole family plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Porsche Club of America. And we are getting ready for our next race. Heading on track is going to be what is known as a split start. We're going to have our J, H, I, G, ME1, SP3, SP2, GT5, SP3 racers in our front group, and then our second group, all spec Boxster. Let's run down the order. I'm going to give you the top 8 in each one of our two groups. We're going to start with that front group heading on track right now. We talked about him in the last race. Franklin Prey jumps out of one Porsche 911 into his 2010 Porsche 911. That's the 777 machine. He starts on the pole. Ken Agina in his blue Porsche 944. He's your SP3 pole sitter. He's going to start on the outside of row number 1. Starting third today in the number 77 gray Porsche 997 is Ryan McGrath with Mary Schindler in her G-Class Porsche Boxster S. That's the 992 machine, starting in 4th. Starting in 5th, David Felker. He's in the number 45 2008 red Porsche Cayman S with Jordan Simon in the 54 G-Class Porsche Boxster S. That's a 2004 edition, starting in 6th. Starting 7th is Michael Gershon. Michael is also in the G-Class. He's driving a 2001 Porsche Boxster. And starting 8th in our front group, our I-Class pole sitter, driving the number 501 2002 red, white, and blue Porsche 911. It's Cliff Goldsmith. Let's move over now to the Porsche Boxsters in the Spec Boxster class, starting on pole today. Driving the number 29 1997 blue Boxster, it is Robbie Wilson. Hoyt Amadon is in a 1999 edition. That's the white number 83 Boxster. He'll start second. Starting third, Daniel Rubel. He is in the 1999 red, white, and blue 771 Boxster with Alex Awe in his multicolored 99 edition. The 79 car starts fourth. Jared Rodaver in a purple 1998 machine will start fifth. That's the 0 car, starting sixth. Sixth is Ryan Farragut. That's Alex's father. Alex is going to start sixth today. He's in the orange number 29 machine. Then we got Bernard Nussbaumer. He's in the green and white 1999 machine. That is the number 1 car. And starting in eighth is Sam Halabi in the black 1998 machine, the 145 car. Starts eighth. That said, there are 14 spec Boxsters here racing here today. And we've just gotten word, Brian and Art, that we are going to have 2 pace laps here to give these drivers a little, I think, a little bit of extra room to spread out, and also to give them a better view of the race course as we see that second group just now coming into turn 6.
Yeah, I tell you what, our first group, Greg, was all the way back in turn 6 and turn 7, and the last car was just coming off the pit road. So it made sense to do another lap here as our second group. There you can see that's our spec Boxster. We're going to go 18 deep in that car, in that class today, Greg, and we got 9 different race groups in this yellow group. So we're going to have a lot of multi-class racing here, which is what we really like to see here, because then you have to negotiate around some of those other cars and still continue to battle with other drivers in your group.
Robbie Wilson out there on the front row in that spec Boxster. He's been the terror of the tracks lately. I used to watch him when I was announcing, and he would have his SP2 944, and I tell you what, he knows where the gas pedal is on that thing. So we'll be looking to see if Hoyt Amadon can keep him in sight, because he just might check out.
Well, Greg, I was going to say maybe it's us, because we haven't seen Robbie Wilson lose a race all year in that spec Boxster. So I'm thinking it's because we're calling these on these streams. He hasn't lost one.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, Wilson, he is a 3-time national champion across different classes. He currently holds 8 different PCA track records, and and this is a generational thing, and we see this so often in club racing, Brian, where the racing bug gets passed down from father to son, from son to daughter, from daughter to son, you name it. He actually got started his dad used to race. I don't know if it was with PCA. but he got his very first race car when he was a teenager.
Yeah.
And worked on it together with his dad. Interesting, and it's hard to miss this car. The 029 machine is it's blue with rainbows and God knows whatever else on the front. but most importantly, if we ever get a great shot of the hood of this car, it's got a Care Bear on the hood there, and he actually calls the car the Care Bear.
Yep.
Well, his dad's out there on track in this shot right here. He's got the green and black number 215 Steve Wilson, and those two there, a fixture at every race. They're a couple of great guys.
Tell you what, really interested to see whether or not, when we get to the start here with Ken Agnew and Franklin Prey, both those cars are always pretty quick, Greg, on the start. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see which one of those drivers is going to get. Obviously, Franklin Prey's got to get that early start. Again, totally two different classes here, but we know Ken's pretty quick here as well. So should be an interesting start with that front. And then don't count out Ryan McGrath in that number 77 as well.
Yeah, and of course, McGrath, I believe, is our only H-Class racer here today in his silver 911, and starting in third as the green flag, Brian, is in the air, and our racers head down to turn one. It looks like at least one driver tried to make a run right up the middle, and that, I believe, was actually Jordan Simon in the 04 Boxster S, the red machine, that saw the basically the C split and just went right up the center.
Yeah, now thought about it, like I said, and that was actually not, Ryan McGrath is not there, and I don't believe Franklin Prey made it out as well. I think you had Schindler and Agnew in there in between as our second group now gets ready to come by the start-finish line. They're getting the green. There is for that race for the Spec Boxer, but you're right, Greg, Jordan Simon definitely tried to go through the middle of everywhere.
All right, and of course, as our Boxsters now come down in the turn one, this race brought to you by Overture Ultimate Home Electronics. Great to have them on board as our sponsor of this race, as our Spec Boxsters now head up over the crest of turn one. And Brian, here we're going to see in this shot as these drivers come over that curbing at turn three, a lot of them, you'll notice, do get lifted up. Big difference, though, with the Boxsters compared to those older 911s, having the engine mid-ship, that you don't have that polar moment of inertia where the car wants to rotate around on you. They look much more stable coming through there. As our leaders in class, as Robbie Wilson, Hoyt Amadon, Dan Rubel lead that field through, and they've now broken free of the black and orange machine of Ryan Farragut and Alex Zaw sitting in fourth and fifth.
I tell you what, Amadon got a great start, Greg. He's moved Robbie Wilson back to second place. Maybe we put the announcer curse on Robbie Wilson already in race one here this weekend.
I blame Art.
Because Amadon, we're blaming Art for everything this weekend, Art. So
Come on, guys, just I'm new.
But I tell you what,
like that.
What a great start by Hoyt Amadon as he ended up going down into turn one, Greg. I don't think he lifted going down into turn one because that car looked like it was shot out of the cannon, especially on exit off.
He sent it. That's what they call it.
Is that what it is? He sent it.
Well, Kenny Agnew out there in his Rothman's livery 944 Turbo. PMR looks after that car, and they do a great job keeping that thing up to speed and giving him all the advantage he can. So he's got a nice little gap right now, but we'll see how he does. He drives well. Kenny Agnew. Well, once I learned how to say his name.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were pronouncing it Agena so many times, and then finally he got a hold of me one time and said, nope, it's Agnew. So.
Yeah, well, when I was announcing, I'm like, dude, how do you say your name? So it's like, that's my job. I don't want to butcher this up. So he straightened me out.
Well, I
He's a
butchered
great
it this
guy.
morning, so
I would say
thank you.
he
Now
just
I'm gonna
butchered
have
it a minute ago, so it's okay. So, Ken's got multiple names as long as it's just not multiple personalities. So
that's right. All right, jumping out to an early lead, and we watch him here coming through turn 11. A lead in ME1 is Gene Raimondi in the blue 2004 Porsche Boxster, the 78 machine, and he's got I think he's got Frank Osborne in the orange 313 sitting right behind him. And Brian, as we've got a driver off track coming through the Octopus right right when that portion of the track tightens up over by turn 9, and we'll see if we can pick that up. That's the purple
it's a purple
machine.
car. We'll figure out which one that is, but he definitely. You're right.
I think that's Jared Rodaver, who started 5th in Spec Boxster.
Yeah. Definitely when I was able to continue here as we can see him coming through, but definitely going to lose a lot of time. You're right, Greg. Again, that's just pushing the envelope there on that really technically first out lap that they have. And I just think that, just didn't get it. As it looks like he may be coming down pit road now because we do have a car on pit road that does look like it is that car. I'll give you the number here and we'll see whether or not that was. But that was definitely a quick spin and go. So definitely the 0 car, so I think you're right.
And hey, Brian, I want to thank my favorite YouTube personality who's joined us in the chat here this weekend. It's Jesse, Prince of Cats, who has rejoined us here. Another one of our longtime viewers, and said that it's his uncle in the 271 machine driving, and actually we'll take a look and see who that is. Actually it's not his uncle, might be his aunt.
Yeah.
It's Patty Mascone
Yeah.
in the 271 machine, the yellow 944 S2.
Yeah.
So welcome, Jared. Or welcome, Pat. Well, yeah. Welcome, Prince of Cats.
The dog. He's the dog lover. So he's got a bunch of that was Jared Rodehaver that came down pit road. So again, that spin quickly. And again, Greg, at that point of the racetrack there, and I know it went off into the grass, probably could have seriously flat spotted the cars. We got another car coming down pit road as well, coming to the attention of one of the crew. Looks like that may be the 48 or the 46 machine. And I believe, looks like one of the spec boxes, but may not be.
I think that is actually Richard Glickel. It's a GT5 machine, actually not running in spec Boxster. And matter of fact, he just finished his lap, but he did it from the pit lane. So unfortunately
he hasn't
for him,
moved yet. So I think it may have clicked over. He's still sitting here, and it looks like they're looking up under the left front or the right front of that car. So good side-by-side action here going down into turn 5. And I believe, Greg, this may be the battle. Is that the battle for the lead in Spec Boxster? I'm not sure. I couldn't tell.
As a matter of fact, I believe we'll take a look. I think that is between Height, Amadon, and Robbie Wilson, Brian. And again, Amadon with that great start to the race. And there they are now coming down into turn 7. When they cross the line to complete lap number 3, margin at the line, they were about as close to dead even as you could get, as there were only 24 1,000ths of a second separating them as they started lap number 4. Now they've gone back nose to tail as they came out of turn 1. I think Amadon had the advantage, but we'll continue to watch this here.
Actually, that is actually a little bit further back, because if we just had Robbie Wilson now taking the lead over Hoyt Amadon going there. So that was a little bit further. But I tell you what, Ryan Farragut in that 29 machine, Greg, that car's really up on its nose here this weekend. And when I say up on its nose, that car's really got some really good handling coming through there. Talked to him a little bit last night, asked him how the car was, and he said right now it's good, just needed to make a few more changes, and they were able to get that done, because he's sitting right now in 3rd place in that Spec Boxster class.
Yes, he was able to get around both Daniel Rubel and Alex Au. So a good start to this race so far for Ryan Farragut.
Yeah. I think that battle we were looking at may have been in the 6th position there between Sam Halabi, Lawson Wilder, and Bernard Nussbaumer. In that 001, I think they've kind of got that stretched out there. You can see there's the Lawson Wilder in that 16 machine, coming down into turn 6 now in 7.
So, Art, in a spec class like this, in a very large spec Boxster field, are there any things that we see? For example, Brian and I have a lot of SCCA experience, and we work a lot in and see a lot of spec Miata, and you have in spec Miata essentially 3 different generations of cars, as we've got a driver. coming, and he's going to back right up to us. That is the one of the spec Boxsters, and that is
Should be easy to read his number.
yeah, you'd think, right? I think that's John Beadler in the 410 machine.
Yeah, maybe.
The silver 410, but obviously these spec Boxsters, they span a pretty wide range of model years. Are there certain advantages to certain years, or are there special things that are done in order to how do I put it, to
Cheat?
no, not cheat.
Yeah, taking a shot.
But
He
to
was
make
looking for
these
a word.
cars more equal. Let's put it that way.
I really couldn't speak to that because I've never had enough money to buy a spec Boxster, so I have no idea what they're like. But all I know is that
Checks in the mail, by the way, Art. I'm going to send you an extra $50.
They should be, pretty even on. It's probably all chassis setup, because I don't know what they have. 220 some horsepower, maybe,
Yeah.
and nothing. You can't do anything. The guy that ran nitrous oxide, they kicked him out years ago. So,
Is that why you're
He's not here.
racing
He's not here
anymore?
this weekend. Can we start
You saw that.
Can we start a controversy here this week?
Correct, right?
Here comes Steve Wilson sliding that 944. He's doing good.
Tell you what, Greg, we were sitting there watching on the screen when Art was talking. There's a great battle here, and that's actually going to shape up to be for third in spec Boxster, and that's Ryan Farragut. Now throw Daniel Rubel and Alex Au in there. They were all nose to tail come through there. Here they come in there. There's Ryan Farragut going through, and then you've got Daniel Rubel, Alex Au right there, and they're going to go side by side between both of those, between Rubel and Au.
Yeah, and so again, Farragut, he is in the orange with black. Rubel, the red, white, and blue, and then Alex Au, we'll just refer to it as multicolored. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. But yeah, again, very close to line. But now you see on the back side of the course where Farragut's able to open up a nice little advantage here. Of course, when he sent us the information on the colors of the car, he didn't tell us about those bright green wheels. Oh my gosh!
Well, they matched the 9. They matched the 229 of the daughter's car there.
That is true.
That. So we also have the 410 now. So that's Jason Beeler, the one who spun earlier. He is now on pit road. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, back when I was calling races, I would always go in the paddock and give a shout out to somebody that made their car really stand out. I'm like, I can see your car 3 corners from the front stretch, man. Thanks so much.
Greg, one of the challenges that Ken Agnall is going to end up facing here is he's going to start to come through. He just went through turn 6 and 7 now. Here's all these spec Boxsters right here. And it looks like we got one car that definitely is going to be slow coming through there, maybe end up coming down pit road. But Ken's going to end up, we got one car really slow there off the corner.
Yeah.
Coming through. We'll try to figure out who that was. That may have been the 219 machine just now going by the start-finish line there, and that was Andine. But I tell you what, Ken's going to end up coming up on those in about 3 or 4 laps here as he's starting to come through with about 18 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was either that or it was one of the black machines. Might be Tom Trudel in the 21, possibly. That was definitely off pace, and he was off pace coming out of the Octopus onto the front straight. Yeah. Came out of the final corner, moved the car driver's right to let a lot of the faster drivers through, and I am showing him as being a lap down currently.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. I do believe that may have been the 219 because there's the 21 that just kind of went by me there, and he seemed to be, Tom Trubel there, seemed to be a little bit faster than the 219, so we'll see whether or not that 219 does come down pit road, because you're right, definitely off speed coming out of the Octopus, then picked it back up, and then as he came through turn 12 from up underneath the bridge, really ended up just basically almost stopping right there.
So, Brian, there is a battle that I'd like to pick up if we can, and this is the battle for the lead in ME1. We've got Frank Osborne. He is in the white 313 Boxster. It looks very much like it's got the Martini livery on it. It's white with the blue with red stripe coming down the hood, and also on the door as well. He's taken over the lead in ME1 from Gene Raimondi, who was in that Care Bear blue machine. There we go. Perfect here
Perfect
as they
timing.
come into turn number 5. And they've left Christian Fahey behind. He's about 15 seconds behind. But this has been a great battle so far as, again, Raimondi ended up losing the lead in class there on, I think it was lap number 7. So just a lap ago.
Yeah, Gene Raimondi's a nice guy. His car's up there at Daw Motorsports Development. I've known him for a good long time. And he's the White Lightning Special. That's talking about cars that you can spot.
And we got a car off, Brian, on the out in the well, we'll call it no man's land here, just now rejoining.
Now. Yep, starting to move now. You're right. Yep. Can't tell if the nose of that is black or he's missing the nose on that, the spoiler part of it. Yeah, he was definitely way off the racetrack. You're right, Greg. So definitely had to come back. We'll watch the scenes coming through here. Looks like he's back up under speed, that driver. So we'll pick up that driver.
Well, let's see. Is that Robert Connell in the 33 machine?
33.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed. And so Connell, who went around there, lost 4 positions, 4 positions overall, was running 26th overall. Now he's running 30th and 16th in Spec Boxster. And I believe that he did lose out to both Michael Thompson and Jared Rodaver. Of course, Rodaver had that issue early on and had come back down the pit lane.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, we're right about 15 minutes. Why don't we go ahead and we'll make our first call to the grid, and then we'll go ahead and take our quick break, and we'll come back. We'll pick up the rest of this. Actually, we're going to go to lunch after this race. My mistake. So that was the call that says we're going to go to lunch.
Call to lunch.
I tell you, it's first call to lunch, right?
That's right.
I looked right at the
early,
schedule.
be often in the food line.
That is
all
correct.
Right, we're going to we'll take a quick break. Thanks to some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, more PCA racing action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. Stay with us.
Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
And we're back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit, home of the 2025 Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche, and of course, this race presented by Overture Ultimate Home Electronics. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And gentlemen, we've been watching during the break this great battle in Spec Boxster, the battle for third between Ryan Farragut and Alex Au. That they've now swapped positions, I think, 3 different times in the past 2 laps.
Yeah, they've definitely swapped positions. Alex got around Ryan there for about a lap, and then all of a sudden he came up on some other traffic, and then Ryan was able to get back around Alex. So, and I think that they've got that ME1 battle, Greg, coming up on behind them as well, along with Gene Raimondi, Frank Osborne. Faye is back a little bit further, but that battle between Frank Osborne and Gene Raimondi there is definitely starting to shape up.
All right, so we'll definitely watch some of this. Yeah, we just saw them going down into the bottom end of the octopus, as now there's that fight right there. As Raimondi has gotten back. It looks like did Raimondi get back around Osborne, or?
No, I think Osborne's still leading there.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's leading by about 2 seconds now, so that opened up even further than it was. And again, these cars are starting to come up, especially on some of our back end of our Spec Boxster class, Greg, and that's just, again, we talked about it, 9 multiple classes in this group here. There's a lot of cars maneuvering around. We got one car slow going down through turn 5.
Yeah, and and just now trying to rejoin right in front of that Spec Boxster battle. We'll get the number on that car in just a moment. I think that
may be the 219 again.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's the 219 of Ann Dean having some issues there. And currently running, where is she running in Spec Boxster right now? Currently running 17th in class.
Yeah.
And so, of course, as Brian and Art were so quick to remind me before we took our break that this is the last race that we're going to run before lunch, make sure to join us. We're going to be back for the last of our first round of racing. This is going to be our red group, and these are the Cup cars, the GT3 Cup cars, or what have you. These are the fast boys. Our red group going to be on track for their first race of the weekend, starting right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. So definitely make sure to join us as we're going to take a little bit of a break for lunch here after this race. Also, if you haven't done so already, go ahead, smash that thumbs up button on YouTube. And if you haven't done so already, I think close to 115,000 subscribers strong, but subscribe to the Porsche Club of America and click on that notification bell. Make sure you find out every time that we go live, not just for racing, but there is great content posted every single week on that Porsche Club of America YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's a fantastic, and those subscribers are really starting to go up, Greg, every single time. When we talked about that ME1 battle there, Gene Raimondi and that 78 machine, he has gotten back around that 313 of Frank Osborne. So that race there is definitely coming down to the very end with just right around 8 minutes left to go in this yellow group. Sprint race number 1. Tell you what, these guys are going to get everything they can out of everything in every part of those tires, Art.
Just to show you the kind of pace that Robbie Wilson has, a couple of minutes ago, he ended up coming right up behind his dad, who started in the front group, and Robbie was in the Spec Boxster group, and he drove around his dad. I hope he waved when he went by.
Waved with all 5 fingers, or just waved with one finger?
It's one of them father-son things, you know?
Oh my. That is not the gentlemanly thing to do, Brian. Come on.
No, to say that I'm number 1, right? Just to say, I'm
right.
number 1, to say I got by you. We check back in with that other battle there, Craig. We talking about Alex Au getting in front of Ryan Farragut again. So those two guys really, that's the last podium spot in that Spec Boxster. But I tell you what, every single lap, those two are trading positions as they come up over the hill, down into turn number 3 they go. And I tell you what, Alex has opened up by about a car length and a half over Ryan in that number 29, that orange number 29 machine.
I wonder if that's a challenge for Steve Wilson, the dad, to see how long he can stay out in front of his kid. You know, hey, he didn't get me until 5 laps to go. I did pretty good.
That's right. All right, so Al and Farragut swap positions again. And, Brian, he's not that far up the road. Hoyt Abaddon in that white 99 Boxster, the number 83 car. Here he comes down under braking into turn 7. Even with the fight that Al and Farragut have going on, they've actually been running lap times a little bit faster than Abaddon ahead. The downside for them is with only a little bit over 6.5. Well, now it's 6.5 minutes remaining. They're only making up about a tenth of a second per lap, and that means that they need probably another 25 minutes to at that rate to get up to the back of Abaddon and challenge them for second.
Well, I tell you what, Hoyt got into some traffic there when they were coming through, and so what ended up happening is that he definitely lost. If you look at the lap times overall, there was a couple laps in between there where he definitely went down into that 132, 133 mark to get through there, and Alex Au in the 79 and Ryan Farragut in that number 29. They did not. They got them right at the right spot in order to get by that lap traffic. We'll have to see if that 83 is able to hold off. Again, that's the battle for second, third, and fourth. In Spec Boxster, Robbie Wilson in that 029 machine's opened up almost 30 seconds, Greg. So he's definitely run away from the field.
And Brian, as we're watching that battle for the last step on the podium, I'll say it again. That last time by, both the 79 car and the 29 machine ran their fastest laps of the race, and again knocked a couple tenths off of Abaddon ahead. So maybe they only need, 18 or 19 minutes to get up to him now. Everybody knows that I'm great with simple math, so I'm
simple math that you're good at.
Yes. I'm doing these calculations in my head after every lap completes, but you can see they are definitely starting to close things down. That said, good fight right behind them, Dan Rubel and Sam Halabi, with Halabi now closing things down to only about 3 car lengths back from the 771 machine.
Yeah.
As it looks like we just had somebody go off and go wide, Brian, coming out of the Octopus.
Somewhere over near that.
There they are.
Or going into the Octopus.
Going in, yeah.
And that is the red and silver machine. Let me see if we can pick up who that is. We'll see when they come around us here.
Definitely going to go through and cut off some of those other cars there. Almost not an entry you want when you're not up to full song after coming out of that grass there. Basically had to take that yellow machine right there, and I believe that maybe the 27 in that yellow machine there.
Patty Moscone.
Yeah,
Patty Moscone,
and ended up having to get hard on the brakes.
Yeah, nobody tell Jesse Prince of Cats. That's who he's watching right now. Still trying to track down the red and silver Boxster. From the looks of it, I'm fairly certain it was the I think it was
54 machine.
Jordan Simon in the 54 car.
Yeah, because he's dropped all the way down to fourth there in that G class where he was running up kind of in that top 2 and top 3 there, Greg. Again, one of the things we talked about it as this race goes on, even in this Spec Boxster class, as our ME1 battle here is shaping up once again, heading down into turn 1 with Gene Raimondi in that blue with the lightning bolts, and then Frank Osborne in that 313. We're at a point in this race with just under 3 minutes left to go, Greg, where I do believe that as the fuel starts to burn off in these forces, some of these Spec Boxsters, the tires are starting to go away. When I walked around yesterday, and Art, you mentioned this earlier, some of these drivers are putting new tires on at the beginning of the weekend, knowing they've got 3 races and then a potential enduro that they may be running later tomorrow afternoon. So tire degradation starting to really go if that's what they did.
I'm thinking that most of these guys, for this first sprint race, if they started out on new sneakers, they're probably looking at their buddies going, don't you dare buy new tires for the second one. And everybody's thinking, well, everybody's tires are going to degrade the same amount, and the same guy's going to win. But I told the guys one time for Spec Boxster at another race, I goes, you guys should just start with one set of tires for the whole weekend And if anybody buys new tires, you get to beat him up.
There you go. There you go. To just beat him up and steal his tires. So Raimondi, who was your 2024 national champion in the ME1 class, which I think last year was the very first year for ME1. He's also the E-class champion was the E-class champion for 2 years running. Comes out of the final corner here, Brian, and opens up a nice gap. Now to the driver behind, over to Frank Osborne, but both of them are coming up on a lot of slower traffic.
Yeah.
And Raimondi now having to find his way through for I think what might be either the final lap or perhaps one more lap to go after this.
Well, Ken Agnon just went by the start-finish line, probably in turn 3, turn 4 right now. He definitely got the one to go. So everybody's getting the one to go. So the next time they come by here, they will still have that one to go lap. So it is go time for both of those drivers.
Well, I think Agana's right in there with them right now, as we've got another driver getting very loose coming out of turn 1.
Oh, facing the wrong way.
Yeah, pointing counter race. It's the worst thing ever, Brian, when you're watching traffic coming out of a blind corner and they're staring straight at you, but got that car back underway.
Yeah, I tell you what, I know I've been there, so it is definitely not something you want to do. You want to try to get that car spun around here and get moving, as everybody now going by the start-finish line is getting that last one to go. So we'll have to keep an eye on what you were talking about there, Greg, with that Raimondi machine, whether or not he's going to be able to open up Frank Osborne, because we got to find out where Ken Agnon is.
I think Agana is that him right ahead of them in the
No,
944?
No, there's another one that looks like that. I agree with you.
A couple corners behind.
Yeah, a couple corners behind. So
yep, I see it now.
Yep, that's the 525 that we're looking at right there. So Raimondi's able to open up in that ME1 class, but here comes Ken Agnon right now across the start-finish line. He's going to take the checkered flag in that number 5 machine. He's going to pick up the overall win here, Greg, as everybody else now is going to start working their last lap.
Yeah, so Ken Agnon takes the win in SP3. Steve Wilson, who was running 9th overall, and about 5 seconds up on Damon DeCastro. They're currently running 2nd and 3rd in that class, but again, wasn't really a fight for Ken Agnon, who had that class covered. As we've got one driver now coming down the pit lane, looks like calling it a day, a lap early, and we'll check back in at that ME1 battle. And here they come down into turn 1, and Brian, one of our 944s, has managed to slot himself right in between the two ME1 cars here on the last lap. And I believe that might have been Damon DeCastro in SP3 in the 525 car that's right between them.
Been there kind of this whole second half of this race, you know. He hasn't really gone away. He kind of fell back a little bit, but then he's been right in the middle of that. As here comes Gene Raimondi now out of turn number 12, headed to the start-finish line. So he's going to pick up the ME1 win a little bit. Here comes Alex Isle. He is actually going to pick up 3rd. Hoyt Amadon already went by the start-finish line. He's going to pick up 3rd. Ryan Farragut's going to drop back to 4th. That battle has been going on, Greg, the entire event.
All right, so as we go, and we've got our final racers coming across the line, let's run down the finishing order here for our second race of the day. Taking the win overall and an SP3, Ken Agnon, with Steve Wilson finishing 2nd, a little bit over a minute back from Agnon. Damon DeCastro will finish 3rd, and Patty Mosconi will finish in 4th. In the ME1 class, you just saw it, Gene Raimondi takes the win over Frank Osborne. Chris Fahey, in his silver 2002 Boxster, will finish a lap down in 3rd. Cliff Goldsmith, our sole I racer. David Felker, our sole J racer. They both finish on the lead lap. Richard Glickel, our sole GT5 racer, and his Porsche Boxster unfortunately only completes 3 laps today. Ian Bryant, our sole SP2 racer. And then if we move over to the G class, appropriately lettered, Brian, Michael Gershon will take the win. Margin of victory 12 seconds over Mary Schindler's Porsche Boxster with David Nissenbaum finishing in third. Jordan Simon will finish just off the podium. And then let's move over to 18-car deep spec Boxster, where Robbie Wilson commanding win for him here today. 30 seconds, half a minute over Hoyt Amadon. I told you that in like another 15 laps, Alex All and Farragut would get up to Hoyt, and it wasn't nearly that far. At the end of the race, Hoyt Amadon only had a 2.5 second advantage over Alex Al, who finishes in third. Ryan Farragut finishes fourth. Dan Rubel and Sam Halabi, fifth and sixth. Lawson Wilder and Mike Holmes, seventh and eighth. Tom DeSari and Sudhir Kalra will round out the top 10. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our morning of racing here today. But don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Starting at 1:05 this afternoon, we've got 4 more races for you. We've got the completion of our first round of races starting at 1:05 for the big ground pounders. That's going to be our red group, and there you go. All of our big GT classes running, as well as I and J and Spec Cayman. And then we're going to run through the cycle again for the second races for each one of our 3 groups. And so make sure to stay with us. You're watching the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche. We'll be back in about an hour.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
Join us for a 7-day cruise, the Treffin at Sea, to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Porsche Club. We'll be cruising August 30th to September 6th and showcasing the history and majesty of the East Coast. We'll stop in Newport, in Boston, Portland and St. John, and Halifax along the way, where you'll find import Porsche events. You'll also enjoy special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. The Enchanted Princess will both depart and return from New York City, making it a round trip. You'll experience incredible cuisine, culture, history, and nature, plus Porsche surprise events when we stop at port. To learn more and register, please visit PCA.org and click the Events tab.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 edition of the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And next up, it's going to be the last race of that first round of racing. We've got 2 rounds here today. It is our red group, and with our GT cars. Also, the Spec Caymans coming out here today in this group, and they are heading onto the track right now in this race, presented by HQ Racing. Let's run down. I'm going to give you the top 8 rows here today, top 16 drivers in what should be a 27-car field. Starting on pole today, driving the number 262 GTC 8 2022 Porsche 911, it's Joe Viola. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 924 2016 911 Cup car, it's Jeff Smith. Mark Calzaretta is in his Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, a 2024 edition. He's going to start third in the number 17 machine. Starting fourth in his 2005 996 Cup car, it's Steve Katz with Peter DeBusman starting in fifth. Peter's driving a GT4 Club Sport. That's a 2016 edition, and he'll start fifth. Starting sixth, Rami Farid, also in a GT4 Club Sport. This is a little bit newer, 2019 edition. That's the blue and orange machine. He starts sixth. Eric Liu will start seventh today. He's in the number 154 Porsche Cayman with Robert Hageshmeyer. Let's try this again. Hargeshmeyer starting in eighth. Say that 5 times real quick. And Robert is going to be driving a 2011 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Joe Doria is going to start ninth. He's in the 636 2001 Cup car. That's a 996 chassis with Daniel Krantz starting 10th. Daniel's in the number 8 Porsche Cayman S, a 2011 edition. Noam Eliyahu will start 11th today. He's in the 555 2007 GT3 Cup car. That's the turquoise machine sitting there in the middle of the field with Gregory Wagner starting 12th. He's in the number 150 teal Porsche Cayman S. Then we got John Bauer in his 996 Cup car. That's a 2005 edition. That's the 143 car, starting lucky 13th. Then we've got James Wilson. He's driving the number 290 2024 GT4 RS Club Sport with Art Zhang starting 15th today on the inside of row number 8. He's driving the number 228 2009 Porsche Cayman S, and he's going to start right alongside Matt Tunwitz, who is in the number 129 2014 yellow and gray Porsche Cayman S. And there is the top half of your starting field. Again, 27 cars deep. And we'll let you know, it looks like a few folks, possibly Wahid Shahadi, Matt DiStefano, and Keith Powell, not making the grid today as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, Brian, turning things over to our pole sitter, Joe Viola. And this race presented by HQ Racing, ready to get underway. There it is, green flags in the air, and we are underway. We've got a number of drivers, Brian, trying to make it 3 wide going into turn 1.
I'll tell you what, though, it's not going to be Viola. Viola got a great jump on Jeff Smith in that 924 machine as they head down into turn 1, but you're right, Greg. A little bit further back, you had Mark Calzaretta, Steve Katz, and Peter DeBusman. They started to go 3 wide, thought better of it, and a little bit further back you see that. But those first couple cars, they tried to go 3 wide. They had to get single file quickly. If not, that would have been completely calamity corner.
And and one of the things to note here, Brian, is in those first few rows, very few cars here. Although we see the 4-car breakaway right at the front, none of these cars are actually in the same class and technically competing against one another. Viola is in the GTC 8 class with Smith in GTC 6, Calzaretta GTD 3 in his GT4 RS Club Sport, Steve Katz in GTC 3, and Peter DeBusman 5th running in GTD 1. Rami Farid GTD 2. So we'll definitely try to break things down by class as this race starts to unfold. But a lot of different classes here that we're going to have to contend with.
Yeah, there's 15 different race groups in this one group alone, Greg. A lot of them have single file, or not single file, but single drivers in those classes. throughout this. So that's going to make up that 15 group. But I tell you what, I was watching Joe Viola yesterday during practice, and that car looked really, really strong, along with Mark Calzaretta in that GT3 class. They both were kind of the class in the field of practice yesterday. So look for those two definitely to stay out. And as you mentioned, our top 4 or 5 cars are in different groups.
My good buddy out there. Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
My good buddy Steve Katz right there in his 996 stick shift Cup car. He loves that thing. He's a great guy. He only comes to this race because he's got family concerns and whatnot to get to other races, but he's doing good.
Yeah, and he's been doing this for a long time. As you mentioned, this machine that he's running, it is a 996 chassis, a 2005 edition. He has been racing for 35 years, although he's only been a PCA member now for 15. He won the Skip Barber Northeast Series back in 1991. He's raced Firehawk. He's also put in a little bit of a stint. Brian, I don't know if you know this because this is right up your alley. He actually put in some time in the old Busch Grand National Series.
There you go.
Doing a little NASCAR work as well.
I think he raced there with Doug Carpata in there. Jen's father, we were just talking about her. And Doug Carpata kind of raced into that Northeast Series as well. So I'm sure those two have crossed paths in that old Busch North running of that offbeat of NASCAR.
Yeah, as we're talking, Jen Carpata, a Trans Am driver, actually racing, I think, this weekend up at Watkins Glen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's interesting, Art, how small this racing world is sometimes.
Yeah, I met him. I was announcing here, club race, and he was parked right downstairs and with his on-track insurance. That's his outfit, and gave me a shirt. So automatically, he was one of my best friends, and told us about how his business works and everything, and showed me his car. And I got a photo of me in it yesterday. Holy moly! Tried to get in and out of that thing. I mean, I'm not my high school fighting weight anymore, but still in all.
So Art, we have this. Brian and I have this little joke. He always says that one of these weekends he's going to get into somebody's GT3 Cup car, and you're never going to be able to get him out of the GT3 Cup car. And it's not because he doesn't want to get out.
Crisco,
hard.
Crisco, baby, lots of Crisco is what I say.
He had to tell me where to put my foot, grab my hand, and I think I went like that when I popped out of the seat. Ay. But while we're talking about drivers, earlier on, he had a little trouble, and I had too before I finally went down and said, dude, how do you say your name? That's Bob Hargesheimer. He's a great guy. He's got that Cup car. He's back there a little ways. But Bob Hargesheimer. There he goes right there. He's got the black stripes across the bum of his car. Great guy.
All right, as we're watching here, working lap number 4 now. Joe Viola, Jeff Smith right up at the front of the field. Our GTC 8 and GTC 6 leaders, they've started to separate themselves out a little bit from that blue Cayman of Mark Calzaretta. Is the field really now starting to stretch out? And Brian, you did mention that a lot of these classes, there are a lot of single car classes already in GTC 8. Steve Katz has opened up about 10 seconds on Joe Doria, but I'd love to be able to get into the GTB 1 field, and we'll work with our director Jordan to find the battle for third right now. We've got the white 228 Cayman of Art Sang. Amy Burgess is in a black Cayman, and then Matt Tunwitz is in a yellow and gray Cayman, and and I think there they are right there.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Jordan. That's Sang, Burgess, and Tunwitz, and Amy Burgess came off when I last saw her, I think, and we've got that's the 555 machine off. That's Noam Eliyahu in his GTC 4 class Cup car as he goes to rejoin. As I say, the last time I saw Amy Burgess, she had a wicked off down at Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if this is the same chassis or not. I mean, it's certainly got the same livery. I didn't think that chassis was was
I didn't
wrong
think
for
that.
this
I
world.
didn't think that chassis would have been salvageable, but it very well may be. You're right, Greg. So we'll have to take a look at that. I'm going to go down later today, find out where they're paddock tagged, because that is an interesting question. Because if it is, that was a lot of work done, and honestly, in a short amount of time, we're talking 3 months. When you have an incident like she did there, and it was great to see her get out and walk away from that incident, but when we look at these chassis, the minute something like that happens, your first instinct is to say, well, that's a write-off, right? We've talked about that, so it'd be interesting to see, and I'm sure some of her crew will be able to tell us whether or not they either rebuilt that completely or just put another chassis on it, rebuilt everything there.
Yeah, and just a little bit further back from those three, from that battle for third, Eric Johnson, Greg Wager, and we just saw them now, I think, coming onto the front straight here. The 212 machine, the 150 machine. The 212 is a yellow and black with Greg Wager in the black and teal car. They are also, we see they're coming through. They're not very far back from Sang, Burgess, and Tunwitz. They're right in that conversation as well. They've got a couple of cars that they need to work through. But they are more or less right there, and I believe as I take a look, I think that's John Bauer, his GTC3 Cup car, and then Carl Tallardi in his GTP2 machine. But they're all right there. They're able to get the draft off of those cars, and we're about might see a 5-car fight here for the last step on the podium.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's going to be a great fight as this race goes on. One of the things I was just noticing, Greg, there too, was we were watching a camera shot with these 4 and 5 cars deep for that battle. Is they all took a different, varied line going through turn 5. Some of them were going way out to driver's right to get through the corner, and some of them were trying to really stay close and hug the inside there. And so what ended up happening is that it actually brought them all closer together on exit out of 5 into 6, which you don't really see that here very much. It's really pretty much one line all the way through. So
one of the interesting things about this racing series is compared to another group or class, all of these cars, if you want one, you can just go buy one. They come right from the factory, ready to go, roll cage, fire extinguisher, all in white. And but when you see other classes, or series, you have to pretty much ask them, well, where'd you get this car built? Who did it for you? Nope, these are right off the assembly line. Bang! If you've got a wheelbarrow full of cash, you can get one and come race.
Well, we've already got $50 towards your next, your thing, right? Greg's already done it at $50. I think I'll throw in another $50. So we're almost there. We've got $100 there for you, Art.
$100 in.
Yeah.
I offered down at VIR. I did a video on a guy's car, a GT3R. And very cool. And and the guy who was looking after it, I go, so where do you line up to drive this? I goes, I got $50. Come on, man, one lap. Come on, don't be like that. He goes, let me drive it. $50.
All right. So I was gonna say, Eric Johnson and Greg Wager there. Good fight going on as they continue to close up on Tunwitz, Burgess, and Sang ahead. I was gonna. It's interesting though. Also, this group is looking through Art Sang. He's only been racing now for I think 3 years. He's been a PCA Club member. He said he basically got into this with Eric Liu, who's just a couple cars ahead of actually, I guess, leading the GTB1 field at the moment. But they got into this PCA racing. I don't want to call it an experience, or an experiment for that matter, together. And that's got to be a cool thing to kind of go from doing driver's ed stuff to move up to racing, all at the same time. And it's actually very funny. Eric Liu, speaking of Liu and Sang, he says, "Can the 320 Market folks sponsor me, please?" He's actually sponsored by Speed Sport Tuning, so I think he's in good hands as it is. But
exactly.
very funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and to get in here and to do this and pretty much in that GTB1, because there's always some really good cars and drivers in that class, Greg, to go out and be a contending runner right off the bat with that shows the talent that Eric Liu has in that Cayman across the board. So good to see Eric Liu taking the lead here and running 8th overall and putting down some pretty good lap times.
On Friday, I stopped by the paddock spot for the Speed Sport tuning guys. They're out of Connecticut, and I just said, the paddock just doesn't seem the same without Spencer Cox rolling around on his Segway with that cigar. Yeah, we lost him a few years ago, but what a character.
All right, this is a great battle here also, and I think it's right at the tail end of this group. We're going to watch two silver Caymans come through. At least I thought we were. I thought I saw them on the last shot. We've got the two silver Caymans. That makes up. It's Paul Van Eden in 648, Dominic Belvedere in the 556 machine. And very, very easy to track because, I was going to say they're the only two silver Porsches on the East Coast. That is not true. Those are them indeed. Yep. Thank you very much, Jordan. Here.
We find the 2/3 of the silver silver cars out on the racetrack, and your overall leader there, Greg, Joe Viola, he's coming up behind them.
Yeah,
actually he's in between them right now, so made that pass. So those, again, that battle right there is definitely going to come down to the end. I think once they get out of that traffic.
And so Paul Van Eden, he comes down and he's joining us from Aurora, Ontario, Canada, Brian, and he's representing the Upper Canada region of the Porsche Club of America. I find that a little odd, obviously, as not as a longtime Porsche Club of America person. He's been racing for about 3 years, and when we ask all of our drivers, what are some of your racing accomplishments or just any kind of accomplishments behind the wheel, and he just said, I wish I had some. So
well, it's good to know that him and I have the same thoughts, because that's exactly what I would have put on there as well, right? Wish I had some.
Yeah, exactly. But he's we've seen Paul, I think, at almost every single event so far this season. Obviously, he was up. We did not broadcast the event from Mosport up at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park at the end of June, but he was obviously up there as well, that being his home track. But we did see him at VIR and Watkins Glen and Road Atlanta. I'm trying to remember if he was at Lime Rock or not. I don't think he was at Lime Rock. But again, good fight going on right now. He's opened up a little bit of a gap there, or had opened up a little bit of a gap back to Belvedere. Right behind, but now as they come through turn 6 and start to head down in the 7 and the Octopus, Belvedere is starting to close things back up again.
Yeah. Greg, also give shout out to Joe Doria in that 636 machine in that GTC 3 class. I got a chance to talk to him earlier this morning, and his first thing was, I'm always in the back, so I want to make sure. Well, Joe, you're doing pretty well right now, because right now you're kind of in the 6th position overall. I know you're second in that GT3 C3 class. I just told him, just send it. This track isn't all that hard, and evidently he's doing it. Plus, I'm not in the car, right?
Yeah,
driving.
I was gonna say, easy for you to say.
I don't have to pay for anything in that 996 Cup car. He did say he's a little underpowered than some of the other GTC3s, and Krantz is in there. So, but still, good shout out, or good showing right now by Joe Doria. So I know he potentially was going to have an in-car camera. I don't think that's up and running and working, so we'll have to see. But maybe we can get there sometime later on this weekend.
All right, so real quick before we go to break, I just wanted to mention, as we were talking about the Spec Caymans a few moments ago, and Art, you were talking about how you could essentially, certainly for the Cup cars, but also with these GT4 RS Club Sports, essentially buy a factory race car straight off the line where you don't have to do any prep. Dominic Belvedere, who again is running second at the moment in Spec Cayman, is we've got somebody who isn't Belvedere who just went off over at turn 10 and now in grass.
That's the ageless wonder, Carl Tallerty. God bless him. in that fab car. What a character he is. His car number is 96. He has a shirt that says 96. And I went, so is that your age, Carl? 96. He's getting close. What a character.
Well, he may be a character, but I don't think he's laughing right now. And, as we've got a local caution over there. And real quick, hopefully we'll see. There he goes. He gets that car fired back up.
Taking the cone, take the cone.
It's not an autocross. You leave the cones where they are. The DE folks that are up next are going to complain. I was going to say, though, but Belvedere, as opposed to the Club Sports Art, he actually bought his car. A bone stock car that he built from a race car. And I can see where this is knocking that cone out. That's going to really mess with our driver's ed folks who are up next. So now that we're going to take a break, Art, I'm going to play those annoying little tones. Why don't you make a call to the grid for the driver's ed folks, and then we'll take a little break.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. The driver's ed green group. Driver's ed green group. First call to the grid for driver's ed green group.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from the Thunderbolt circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park in just a few moments. Stay with us. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow track day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
So we've been sitting here talking about the cone pusher. We're going to give him a new nickname, Carl Tallardi, in his fab car. Now that car is pretty cool. That was built by, what was that guy's name way back? And it's a one of one. Pretty much, I guess they built another one, but somebody destroyed it. And Carl has it, and he has one mechanic, dude, that knows that car from nose to tail, and he looks after it completely. And it's a 993 bodied, mid-engine, 911 air-cooled motor, and I believe it has water-cooled heads, and it's got a sequential gearbox in it.
Oh.
I mean, its trick is a brick, but he just loves roaring around in that thing.
Well, and look, he had some issues, but I mean, after he got that car back up and rolling, it looks like he got back on the pace pretty quickly. A lot of racers, they'll have their moment, and they kind of, you see it all the time in club racing. They need to gather themselves, we'll say. But once he got it back underway, he was at it, and he's certainly in better shape than the cone that Remy Farid sent flying right afterwards.
Sliced right through. You can see it. It's right there on on your camera. It'd be on driver's right, but it started on driver's left and ended up going there through that. And Greg, as we were coming back, kind of looking back at that Paul Van Eden and Dominic Belvedere in that 648, 556, that gap is now, they are now nose to tail as they went down into turn one. That's
And
getting
there they
closer and closer, and then you got the slicer, Remy Farid, right behind them. So again, we got the new nicknames for everybody.
Exactly. So again, the Spec Cayman battle, Van Eden and Belvedere, the two silver Caymans that were right at the front of that pack, and then as you said, that we started to have. I think Peter DeBusman in the green and black GTD1 machine running third overall, and Rami Farid, our GTD2 leader in the blue and orange club sport, starting to make their way through them as DeBusman's going to go door to door, side by side with that Spec Cayman going into six. And the Spec Cayman kind of holds them off. I mean, look, we know that these GTD1 and 2 machines, they've got a lot more oomph, let's say, than the Spec Caymans, and they've got some time that they can kind of wait until things straighten out over here going into turn 10. Is wow, is DeBusman looks like he's got some problems, Brian, and he pulls the car off.
Straight off. Went straight off. Obviously, that car looks like it has zero power. Again, good chance to get out because he was in some traffic right there with that Spec Cayman class, and just definitely went straight off. Looks like he's got some power to it. Looks like he's going to pull over in behind there. And we got another car that's behind there on driver's left, just behind the ticker there. In between the cutout. So can't see who that is. We'll have to look at timing and scoring from a lap perspective. That may be Jeff Smith, actually, in the 924, because he's only got 5 laps completed, and he was up in the front there. So, I do believe that is Jeff Smith. That's the car I was actually going to get into today, but I don't think I'm going to get in there today.
It's going to be easier now because it's not going anywhere. You know where to find it.
I'll know where to pick it up.
I was going to say, DeBusman, you notice he got the car rolling again, and I think he was trying to get it into the cutoff over there in the hopes of the flaggers being able to withdraw that local caution coming out of the Octopus, and I don't think he was altogether successful in doing that. But we kind of saw what happened, Brian, as I was thinking, DeBusman's got some time. He can wait till the Spec Caymans get onto the straightaway just as they were going into turn 7, and it looked like, something broke, obviously, and, just didn't have any power getting through the Octopus and was able to roll off the track there. And it was interesting as Remy Farid started to follow him around the outside of turn 10, thinking that, that's how we're going to get around the Spec Caymans, and then he realized that DeBusman just wasn't moving.
Well, now he's moving now, so it looks like he is going to get to that cutout.
Okay, that's great.
Do it. So, Greg, I tell you what, if we can, let's have Art make another call to the grid, because I don't see anybody going down there for the driver's ed for that green group.
Okay.
And we've got just around 5 minutes left to go in this race.
Attention to the paddock. Second call. Driver's ed. Green group, second call. Driver's ed.
All right. There you go. So we now have just about 5 minutes remaining. Let's take a look quickly and give you the order for the classes that do have more than one driver. Your leader right now, in GTC 3, Joe Doria, in his 996 Cup car, the 636 machine, with Joe Bauer running second, Steve Katz running third.
That's a big change there, Greg, because sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's a big change because Katz had almost a 30-some second lead over Joe Doria in that 636. So good thing Joe came up and talked to me this morning.
It is, but I think also we're showing Katz as being 5 laps down at this point.
Yeah.
So obviously some issues there. In GTB1, Eric Liu continues to lead. He's got now about a half minute on Matt Tunwitz. Art Sang has moved up into third with Eric Johnson, Greg Wagner. And we might want to check back in here with this group because the black and teal came in the 150 of Wagner, currently running fifth, and Dan Krantz, last time I looked, were very, very close together. But it looks like now they may have opened up a bit of a gap, and they've got some faster. There they are coming through turn 10 now, and I think some faster cars starting to work their way through. Amy Burgess, who was originally in that battle for third in the 103 machine, in that black and purple came, and she is now. We're showing her as being a lap down from the rest of. The GTB1 field, and actually I think she may also be on track or off track somewhere as well as the rest of the GTB1 field completes lap 18. She's still shown as only having completed 16.
Yeah, watching the timing and scoring, I think my buddy Steve Katz is the white car parked behind that guardrail where the busman was trying to come out. He's down there pretty good. His car's white, red, and black, so there's bad luck. There he is right there, I think, at the top of the photo. And
turning into a parking lot over there.
Yeah, they're hanging out.
There's quite a bit of them, unless they're talking about handling setups of cars, and I don't think that's probably the right conversation to have, especially when they're not going anywhere.
That's exactly. All right, so at the front of the field, Joe Viola in the blue and yellow 992 Cup car, the 262 machine, currently your overall leader. Mark Calzaretta in his Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. And there's actually, I think that's Calzaretta now coming underneath the bridge and heading towards the front straight. There, the 17 machine about 10 seconds back from Viola, running second overall. Rami Farid, your leader now in GTD2 in the blue and orange Club Sport. Still waiting for him to come onto the front straight. Robert Hargeshmeyer, who as Art mentioned, the 151 machine, good showing for him. He is running fourth. And then Eric Liu is your leader in that GTB1 class, and he is currently fifth overall.
I was talking to Steve Katz before the race started, and he was wrestling around with the nose on his car, some sort of a fastener issue. So I hope that nose didn't come off. Well, if it did, that's take it. But that might be what he had some drama with. I'll find out when the race is over.
Well, and Art is, we were talking during the commercials about the relative temperatures. It's actually pretty cool in Millville today. Only around 80, 81 degrees. This time of year, Brian and I were at another event at Thunderbolt about a month ago where it was about 95 degrees. So the cooling for these cars a little bit easier today, I think, than what you would normally find this time of year.
Yeah, that heat would be brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's typically humid and usually the air doesn't move, but we've seen here almost every single shot of our front straight with all those American flags waving around, nice little breeze through the air. Obviously, the pilots that are taking off from the Millville Executive Airport right on the outside of Turn 3, enjoying the weather here. Interestingly, this airfield that is right behind used to be the Millville Army Airfield and was used, I think, for training during World War II.
God bless those guys.
All right, so notice now as you look at the ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, as the clock counts down to 0, we are on the final lap for our leaders, Joe Viola, Mark Calzaretta, Rami Farid. And as we look, I believe we've got Joe Viola now. He's the third car in line coming underneath the bridge onto the front straight. At least I thought it was him. Oh, no,
that's not.
Now he's coming under the bridge. I'm sorry.
He's just now passing the start-finish line.
There it is. Checkered flag in the air and taking the checker. Joe Viola, your overall and your GTC 8 leader. I believe he's your only GTC 8 driver here this afternoon. Mark Calzaretta will finish in second in the blue Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. There is Rami Farid now. Well, Rami Farid in the black and orange, or probably blue and orange machine, will come across the line. He will finish third overall, takes the win in GTD3. Of course, all the following drivers will see the checkered flag as well. Robert Hargeshmeyer will finish in fourth. your GTC 5 leader, winning the that nice 7-8 car GTB 1 field. Eric Liu in the number 154 Cayman. He finishes 5th overall. Joe Doria will take the win in GTC 3. He'll finish 6th overall. Matt Tunwitz finishes 2nd in GTB 1. Will finish 7th overall. Noam Eliyahu works his way up. Eliyahu started this race in 11th, works his way up to 8th overall, takes the win in GTC 4. Leslie Schrem takes the win in GT1 in the 996 GT2 car. And Art Sang, Eric Liu's buddy, will finish 3rd in GTB1, will finish 10th overall. So great run there. We're going to take, gentlemen, a little bit of a break, but going to have those driver's ed folks, hope they don't go hunting for that cone over by turn 10. But our driver's ed race entrance, our green group, they will be up next. We're going to be back in just about a half hour to start the second cycle of races here today from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. And it is the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche. We'll be back in about a half hour. Please join us then. Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 12th through 14th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and at 34 years, it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. Beyond the high-energy racing, join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, and some other treats as well. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2025.
HQ Go Kart Racing is set to become the United States' largest indoor-outdoor go-kart facility, and it's located in Peekskill, New York. Opening later this year, we're combining cutting-edge karts, a long, challenging track, and a family-friendly atmosphere to create the ultimate racing experience. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just looking for high-speed fun, HQ Go Kart Racing is a can't-miss experience for any motorsport enthusiast. To learn more and to be notified of our grand opening, visit hqracing.com.
Come to PCA's Kahuna at Laguna, the club race at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, hosted by the Golden Gate region. Laguna Seca, the historic track in the mountains of Monterey, California, is the perfect place to exercise your racecraft and drive the famous corkscrew. The event will be held August 22nd through 24th and will be streamed live on Saturday and Sunday. The 3 sprints will earn points towards the 2025 West Coast Series as well as the 2025 PCA Club Racing National Championship Series. Register today at clubregistration.net. Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Porsche Club of America here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And next up, gentlemen, we are starting round number 2 of 3 of our sprint races. This is going to be the first points-paying championship race of the day for each of our 3 groups. And first up is going to be our blue group. And this race, of course, presented by 360 Consulting. Let's run down. I'm going to give you the starting order here. Starting on pole today, and it looks like his car is back from the dead. He got it fixed. Driving the number 66 GT4 Porsche 911. That's a 1970 Porsche 911. Claudio Kempf. Thomas Kohler, also in the GT4 class, will start alongside. He's in the number 43 1995 red Porsche 911. Then we got Jared Jacobs. He is in the VO class. He's driving the yellow 1980 911 SC. And right next to Jared, it's going to be Dad. It's Don Jacobs in his black VGTO Porsche 914-6. That's the 51 machine. Donald Enger, scheduled to start 5th. He's our pole sitter in the 911 Cup class. He's driving a 1987 machine. That's the white one, with Jason Nikic in the Bahama Blue Turbo Look machine. Will start 6th. That's the 27 car. Eugene Basha in the Pink Pig, the 1986 911, will start 7th today, with Lee Lasberg in a 1979 Euro SC machine. The green car, the 201, will start 8th, with Jeff Wiggins starting in 9th. He's driving the blue 1981 Euro SC. That's the 73 car. Alex Al will start 10th today. He's in the number 250 gray 1979 Porsche 911, also in the 911 Cup class. And then we've got Paul Amico. Paul's in a 1971 green 911. He is starting 2nd in the VO class, 11th overall. Alex Farragut is driving the green number 229 911 Cup class car. That's a 1984 machine, with Noto Santos, also in 911 Cup. He is driving a 1977 Carrera 3.0. That's the black number 0 machine. Then we've got Jose Roque. Jose is driving the number 776 VGTO 911. That's the 1986 gray machine, with Franklin Prey, probably not out here for this session, in a white number 20 1969 911. And then finally, we've got Todd Simpson, also in the VO class, in a 1971 blue 911, and Ben Wallace in the 911 Cup class, green 1981 machine. As the green flag is in the air for this race, again sponsored by 360 Consulting, as Claudio Kempf leads the field, leads Thomas Kohler down into turn 1.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, he got a great jump. And again, we didn't see Claudio earlier on. That was a non-points race. I think that's the reason why he was not out there this morning for this race, which allowed Thomas Kohler to pick up that win. But now Thomas Kohler is going to have to battle real hard, because Claudio Kempf pulling away by about a car length and a half as they go up over the hill, down the hill, out of turn number 3, heading to turn 4, and then make that sharp left-hander in turn 5. It's got about a car length and a half lead right there. The yellow number 153 of Jared Jacobs did not take this green flag right here, so whatever problem he had earlier on, Greg, that is still an issue, and he is not out here in this race.
All right. And Art, Brian, remember Eugene Basha had issues with the Pink Pig on the very first lap of our last race, retired the car after just a lap. That car is seemingly running much better right now behind the wheel for the Short Hills, New Jersey racer here, as he is caught in a pretty tight fight there with Jason Nikic and Don Enger.
Art, I'm wondering if maybe Eugene had new tires on earlier and just ran a lap and a half just to scuff those tires in to get him out here to run in that Pink Pig for this race here, knowing it's a points race.
He sure could. You know, he loves it when a plan comes together.
Because, yeah, Greg, unless there was a problem that they were able to get fixed and figured it out, but it could have been, because he is making that going too wide there up against Donald Anger in that number 50 machine. Not able to make that stick's going to fall back a little bit. He's got Lee Lasberg in that 201 machine right there in that 911 Cup
Yeah,
battle.
And look at this nice move. Lasberg's going to try to come right underneath the pink pig, and he's going to get the pass made as I think that's Alex Farragut running very wide, coming out of turn number 2. And so far she's been able to mitigate the damage here, gentlemen, and was able to hold off Paul Amico in the machine. And I think it's Ben Wallace in the 666 machine that was right behind her. And Wallace gets by Farragut, Paul Amico in the dark green and white machine right behind her.
Yeah. Really struggling with Alex getting through turns 1 and turns 2 this weekend. It seems that car just does not have the handling that she needs. Probably trying to overdrive that corner there, Greg, to get as much as she can to get back up to these other 911 Cup in class. Just not able to make that car stick. Good thing is that Alex works in a metal fab sheet shop, so she's going to be really good at probably fixing some of that sheet metal on that car.
Well, thankfully that hasn't been an issue so far. Yes. But it's pretty clear. When we first met her last year, Brian and Art, she had been racing in a 944. And obviously the move from the 944 here to an early generation 911, it has taken, as we said, it's taken some adjusting your racing style. Art said, as you said, you've got a lot of practice in a 944. You'd never raced in a 911, but you imagine that things like liftoff oversteer could be problematic, and that's something that she's had to adjust to. And is that her coming down the lane now?
That is, yeah.
My wife and I had a 85 beautiful Carrera 3.2, and let's just say I learned about trailing throttle oversteer. That's all I'm going to say. But it was pretty exciting.
They're usually very short lessons, by the way.
Yeah, I'm like, holy God, what the hell, spinning around in circles?
That's right. Oh my! Well, we got a little bit of a train here right now behind Don Jacobs. Jacobs running 3rd overall in that VGTO 914 6-cylinder machine. He's got Jason Nikic, Don Enger, Lee Lasberg, Eugene Basha, and then Jeff Wiggins in his 911 Cup car. That is the trailing car, but I'll tell you, this fight in 911 Cup right behind that 914.6 is getting pretty wild, as it looks like Don Enger has gotten around Jason Nikic.
Yeah, it does look like he's definitely going to go ahead and pull in front there. Looks like he got a great run off of turn number 12 out from underneath that bridge, Greg, down the front stretch. May have even used a little bit of the draft from Nikic being right behind him and doing this. Now Nikic is going to go side by side down over the hill. Let's see whether or not they're going to go side by side. Greg, this is a spot you really don't, because it's going to throw you way offline there coming down through turn 5. But it looks like Donald Anger is going to let him have that spot right now as they come through 5 and head up into turn 6. So a great move by Jason, really sticking to the outside, giving plenty of room to Anger, but able to make that pass back for the lead.
Yeah, as Lee Lasberg takes a quick look to the inside on Don Enger, kind of that I don't want to call it lime green. What is that? Very, very, very light green, however. And between Lasberg, Enger, and then Basha right behind, who I think is trying to take advantage and does. Well, let's see if he can get this pass done on the outside of turn 10. That every time Lasberg took a look at Enger to try and get around that car, Basha was just waiting to pick up the pieces, and he picks up a position, and as he does, Jason Nikic gets back around Don Enger to retake the lead in 911 Cup.
Yeah, tell you what, Lasberg, though, he's going to go side by side there with Eugene Basha in the pink pig. So you got the mint green of the 201 and Eugene Basha in that pink 911 there. Not able to make that stick, but Greg, what that's doing is when they went side by side like that, that's allowing our front 2 cars of Nikic and Anger to pull away a little bit from Basha.
Hey, what I'd like to do, if we can, I'd love to jump back over to this battle in VO between Paul Amico in the green with black 911 and then Todd Simpson in the blue 911. I think they're probably coming into like turn 3 right now. Yep,
right
there they are.
There they are.
and they have been separated by no more than about the car length and a half for the past 3 laps out of 4. So very close, tight race, just back behind that 911 Cup race. I think the machine that was just ahead of him, I think that was Tom Kohler, just ahead of him in the red 911 there. But very good battle going on, and that is, I think, one of the 3 classes where we do have multiple racers. Actually, we've got VGTO Don Jacobs now in that 914. That's just ahead of all the 911 Cup cars. He's now got about 15, 20 seconds on Jose Roque and the rest of the VGTO cars. And, of course, up at the front of the pack, Claudio Kempf, Tom Kohler. And Kempf has been slowly but surely going and expanding the advantage that he's got over Tom Kohler.
Mm-hmm.
But great little fight here, Brian.
Yeah, that's been a battle that's been going on the entire race right here. And they got spread out earlier on in the non-points race when they went through, but both of them seem to be running pretty close to the same lap times. In that 134.9 range, with about a tenth to a 100th between them, no matter which one of those drivers it is. So Simpson trying to reel him in, meaning Paul Amico. They're just not able to get it done right now. Greg, one of the questions I would look at here is you talked about Jared Jacobs in that 152 in that red. I believe he was scheduled to be in the 153 of the yellow. So I'm wondering if this is the car that he is running in that VGTO for the points. Just ran that other 153 earlier on this morning, just as a test there for a while. Yep. A lot of change form has been going on up in here, and back and forth with drivers and cars and everything else. We talked about Franklin Prey. I think he's been up here maybe 50 times with different.
I thought he was just coming up to talk to you and Art.
Well, he did, but he brought change forms to Art, and I didn't. No, I'm kidding. Thought maybe we would sign off on his change forms and just put it wherever he wanted, right?
Yeah. So Art, we were talking earlier about Paul Amico with his Fearless in the Kitchen YouTube channel, and how he also, great opportunity to highlight him because he is the principal at 360 Consulting, and didn't know this, but 360 Consulting, a nuclear power engineering consultancy. So there you go.
Yeah, but what kind of award will that get you at the county fair? I don't know.
I don't know, but I guarantee you he's real big at the 3 Mile Island Porsche car show every year.
I like your style.
Tell you what, as we move back a little bit forward there, Greg, and you talk about Donald Jacobs and that 51 machine, again, that's that VGTO leader, but he's got those 911 Cup cars right behind him, and we saw it earlier on where potentially, during that non-points race, was Donald holding up Jason Nicketts and Donald Anger. It looks like they may be doing. Looks like he's holding up another 3 or 4 cars just behind that as well.
The same group, and then they somehow, I think it was Nicketts who found a way around him on the very last lap to cement the win over Don Anger in that non-points race. I should also mention, by the way, going back to Paul Amico real quick, he is the series coordinator for Porsche Club of America Vintage Racing, and so he's got a lot invested here in the success of this group in particular. That of course, most of the vintage classes, they do have that proceed with the V name in the class, but I believe that 911 Cup is also considered part of that series as well. And he's been, I think he's been racing with PCA now for somewhere close to 30 years. I think 28 years.
Yeah, I think Paul Amico took over from Fred Pfeiffer down at the Schattenbaum, Summit Point track down there in his little 914. So I guess he'd had enough. And actually, I was down there to watch the very first vintage 911 race down there. And, they had high hopes for the series. A lot of people got to blow the dust off those cars and go, hey, man, let's put some sneakers on it. Go give it a go. So it's really progressed, and I can't imagine these guys having any more fun doing anything else.
Well, I'll tell you, Brian and I were lucky enough to announce Rock the Summit 2024. We're going to be back again this year as well. I guess we could announce that now. That we're going to be broadcasting the event from Summit Point Raceway as part of the series. We've got a couple more races before that, however, here on the PCA YouTube channel, both at Laguna Seca and also, of course, over Labor Day at Road America as well. But we are so happy to be able to go back to Summit Point, where we had a huge vintage contingent last year.
Yeah, it's real popular down there. Might have something to do with the woods. But, yeah, it's a real popular class down there. Like I say, everybody, still got that 911 in your garage. Oh, yeah. What are you going to do with it? I'm not sure. Well, look here. You got these forms. All you got to do is fill them out and we go race. So, but that's what they're doing, it appears. And it's pretty popular. And people love it,
Indeed. All right. So, there is that battle once again. Brian, I think we caught the tail end. I believe it was Lee Lasberg having some issues over at at the exit of turn 2, heading down the hill to turn 3. Right here, that's the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
He got that car back underway, though, but I think he may have given up a couple spots, possibly to Jeff Wiggins and Nate Dos Santos there in the 911 Cup class.
Yeah, I don't think they've gotten. Well, they may have gotten in front of them. I'm looking at it now. It doesn't look like they've caught back up there. I think they're going by the Paul Amico machine along with the Todd Simpson machine. So Wiggins and Dos Santos not there, and there's one there. That may be that looks like that was the 73 of Jeff Wiggins. So Wiggins having a problem. So. Yeah, that's really going to open up that gap. So the next time they come by, you'll throw Nate Santos up there in that eighth position overall.
Yeah, and that was coming out of the high-speed right-hander over at turn 6. It's for these cars probably a little brush of the brake to set up there, but the car is really on edge. And if you get onto some of that exit curbing over there because of the way it's profiled, again with some of these more stiffly sprung cars, pretty easy to have the rear end walk out into the sand and dirt over there. To bring the rear end around.
Yeah. I can tell you what, Greg, watching the battle for the lead there in that 911 Cup, Donald Anger may be a little bit angry because he just cannot get by that 27 of Jason Niggins. We talked about it earlier where, he gets to a point and he gets up to him and can. We're coming up on that halfway point, about 15 minutes left to go in this race. I'll tell you what, it's going to start to rear on you as you work real hard because you still got to defend a little bit with Eugene Basha.
All right, well, Brian, as we are coming up on halfway through this 30-minute race, and we're just a couple seconds away from that, let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break.
Attention in the paddock. Yellow, sprint race. Second call, yellow sprint race.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take you to the checkered flag here for our blue group in their second race of the day. Stay with us.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Brake Rouse. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages Stages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance Parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seat or radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit for the 2025 Schattenbaum Showdown. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a very angry pig.
Yes.
Heading down into turn one. You saw it during the break there is, I think Don Anger and Eugene Basha both had a moment, we'll say, coming through turn 13, Brian.
Yeah, I just think Donald Anger in that 50 machine got up on that curbing just a little bit too much, Greg, and I think what ended up happening is it got the car really, really loose, ended up spinning. Eugene Basha had really nowhere to go, went over driver's left into the grass, and then what happened is hit that divot, and the nose of that caught into the divot and ripped that right front off and then buckled the front end of that nose up in the air. So you are right. That is one angry pig right now. Not really wanting to stay out there, but again, being that this is a points race, you got to stay out there in case somebody else drops out.
Half-price bacon in the paddock at the end of this race. All right,
just north of the start-finish line. There, you can grab your own piece of bacon.
Right. So just back behind, and this is obviously this is a great development for Jason Nikic now, who's got almost 20 seconds on the rest of the 911 Cup field. But see there, Eugene Basha now, he's got Lee Lasberg and of course Don Anger, who just recovered from that incident, starting to close things back down again as Anger drops from second before that incident now down into fourth. And Lee Lasberg now finds himself in third, and he's got about 10 minutes that he's going to have to try to hold the number 50 car off here and maybe make his way up, try to pick up another position. But Jason Nikic, he's breathing easier a little right now.
Yeah, it's about almost an 18-second lead back to Eugene Basha, who's sitting in second. There you can see that right lip of that car is up in the air. It looks like a little Elvis going on.
I was going to say Elvis or Billy Idol.
Yeah. Yeah.
with the little smirk.
When that incident happened there, Craig, Lee Lasberg came off the corner, saw Donald Anger kind of right there off the driver's right. He did pull away. And when he went down in there, he got in behind Anger past the start-finish line. And it wasn't until they got past the start-finish line before he made that pass. So I think he was just trying to make sure that Donald Anger was not going to come back and go driver's left, decided to stick him behind them, and now he's got him there. But he had that opportunity to open up that gap, just couldn't make it work. And as they head down into turn 6 into turn 7, Donald Anger not going to go away.
All right, and there's our overall leader, Claudio Kemp, making it around some slower traffic as he continues to stretch his advantage out over the red 993 chassis, air-cooled chassis of Thomas Kohler. And Brian, I said something earlier about Eugene Basha putting out smoke, and at least it's, and I think I might have mentioned, well, it's not air-cooled. I go, oh, yeah, it actually is. Anyway.
I think that's the least of Eugene's problems right now. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, although, look, Lasberg and Anger, they're starting to reel him in a little bit, and that is because of the aero part, in certain parts of this racetrack, especially down through here and down through the front stretch where that right front of that car is kind of sticking up in the air, and it's just not as stable. So that car has definitely got a handling problem, especially in some of these higher speed corners.
All right, as Anger takes a look to the inside of Lee Lasberg for a moment, but turn 4 came up on him maybe a little bit more quickly than he anticipated. Popped back in line as Claudio Kempf is going to try. Let's see, takes a look to the inside on Anger for a moment, and we'll see if he tries to make a move here going into 7, and he does. That's gonna push Anger back just a little bit here. He's going to have to make up that ground as time goes on. Of the 3, Basho, Lasberg, and Anger has been the fastest of the group. Again, he was running second overall prior to that spin, but certainly that's going to challenge him a little bit unless Kempf actually holds Lasberg up a little bit here going into the final corners, and that time by Kempf decided to just kind of hold station behind Lasberg.
Well, if you can see right there on your camera, you can see Eugene Basha. So, Greg, that's part of the front underneath that is now popped up right there. It is on top of the hood. As we see some smoke coming out of Donald Anger's number 50 machine, but it's right there on top of the hood. That may or may not blow off. So some of these drivers just a little bit further behind them, they've got to keep an eye out for that, because if that blows off and goes up over the top of the roof of that car, they could end up running up underneath one of that in there. So he's going to let Claudio Kempf go down underneath, but you got to play a little defensive, because if you give it up too quickly, you've got Lee Lasberg there who could pounce on that, but and pick up that second place.
Couldn't tell if Basha was being defensive there going into turn 6 by sticking to the inside, or if he was actually trying to get offline. Hey, I wanted to jump back over, if we could, to that VO battle between Amico and Simpson. Amico in the green 911 there he is, and Simpson in the blue. And they've got another car sitting right with them. That is, I think, Ben Wallace.
Ben Wallace on the
566, the 666 cream-colored car. Now, Wallace is one of our 911 Cup racers, but more along the lines of, check this fight out that hasn't really let up since the start of this race. Amico's got probably his biggest advantage of the race now over Simpson, which is probably around 5 car lengths or thereabouts, but still within shooting distance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's kind of open as much as it is, and again, Ben Wallace not even in that same class, putting a lot of pressure on Simpson. I'm not sure if Simpson realizes that they're not in the same class, and so I think he's trying to stay where he is, and what's happening is it's causing him to miss some of his marks getting into some of these corners, and it's starting to allow Amico to pull away.
Yeah, and so Simpson, he's a local boy. He's out of Morristown, New Jersey, and he has been a Porsche Club of America member for almost 30 years now, for 28 years. Has been doing driver's ed events for 25 of those 28 years, and has been racing for 15. And he's closing right back up on the back of Amico.
Yeah, so maybe a local driver, not a local boy, if he's been in it that long.
All right. So, local distinguished gentleman. Is that how we refer to them?
That's how we refer to them now. Yeah, that's it. Art, that's how we refer to them now, right?
Yes, sir. I've earned my stripes.
All right.
Yeah. So again, this is, you talked about it, Greg. This is where Amico pulls away. I think that Simpson gets off of out of the octopus a lot better than Amico does, and that allows him to pull up as they come down through the start-finish line. But right here you can see, I just don't think the handling is there overall for Todd Simpson in that 806 machine, because this is where Amico starts to stretch that out, then it closes back down to a car length and a half. Again, gonna have to figure out where he's gonna make the move or try to get back up there. Because again, with just about 3.5 minutes left to go, this race is starting to wind down.
and so Wallace, again, right behind him. He was the F Stock national champion 2 years ago, back in 2023. It looks like somebody dropped a wheel in the dirt over there. Been racing for 8 years, and Brian, we'll have to check and see if Ben's wife is in the paddock. Because she says wife bought me a day at the track just to get rid of me. So I have these visions of her driving the rig and dropping the race car off, and then hightailing it out of Millville and just leaving them there for the weekend, kind of picking them up, almost like dropping kids off at camp.
Well, there is a little brewery close by here, so maybe that's where she's at. So
Glasstown Brewery.
Glasstown Brewery. We've got one car there. It looks like that may be that's the 73 Jeff Wiggins having that problem, as Art was sitting here letting us know that he kind of did go around. So Wiggins having some more problems in that number 73 in that 911 Cup.
Yeah, he's had a challenging race so far.
Trying to get through. As now it looks like Eugene Basha is now on pit road, gentlemen. So Eugene Basha calling it early. Again, the front end of that car is pretty much crinkled up, and the part that I was talking about that looks like that it was up on the hood, that is now gone. So evidently that blew off somewhere, and he is now pulled down here. So that changes, second place, really. That puts Donald Anger, that battle with Engel. And that is Donald Jacobs, Greg.
That's Jacobs,
so that's
I was just going to say, that was our second place overall in our VGTO leader, who goes off. And that section of the Octopus, Brian, is so difficult. If you take a look at our track map down in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, that is the section where, and that map I don't think shows it nearly as well, that last right-hander in the Octopus is very, very tight. And if you turn in too early, for that, you end up right where Jacobs did, and that's in the grass and usually facing the wrong way.
Yeah. And I tell you what, Kohler got behind him coming out of turn number 12, up underneath the bridge, and he basically had to get on the binders. And when he went through turn number 12, Thomas Kohler basically went almost off the track, driver's left, and really had to come out of the throttle. So that kind of upset his timing as well, getting into that corner.
We're seeing a lot of that this race. Now,
yes.
that incident or that spin by Don Jacobs, not enough to bring his son Jared into the conversation. Jared in the red 914 just turned in his fastest lap of the race, but unfortunately he's still about 20 seconds back from dear old dad. Jose Roque running third in that class. But, I think the big thing here, Brian, is and Art, is that in 911 Cup, we talked about Jason Nikic, who's I think the second car in the line here, having and that is Paul Amico having problems at that exact same part of the course, Art.
I'm wondering if, Art, real quick, I'm wondering if something is on the racetrack there.
Could be. Sometimes it gets pretty sketchy. You don't know it's going to be there. Next lap you do.
And Greg, right there, Claudio Kemp getting the one to go. So as he pulls around, Jason Nikic, and looks like that may be Donald Anger. Or no, that's not Donald Anger. That's one of the other. That may be Ben Wallace there.
Ben Wallace, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So Claudio Kemp working on his last lap right here. So one to go.
All right, well, tell you what, as we're working that last lap, and Paul Amico with that spin, unfortunately did not do, well, not unfortunately, fortunate for him, he didn't do a 360, but he falls behind Todd Simpson. But this is a heck of a race now as they come into turn 4, not side by side, but Amico trying to get that lead back here on the very last lap, and we'll see how well Todd Simpson handles the pressure. He opens up a nice little gap going into turn 6, though.
Yeah, able to open that up and pull a little bit further away as you come down through here into turn number 7. He's got about a 3-car length lead over Amico. But again, Amico went doing that slide, Greg. That car probably has got a little bit of a vibration right now through. So we'll see how they work through the Octopus. But again, Claudio Kemp, next time he comes by, he's going to get the checkered flag, and they're going to get it right behind him as well.
And another car off, and Amico having issues at the exact same place. Now, Brian, as if he got consultation, was told to do a 360. And also, that's Tom Kohler in the 43 car who's going wide. And so maybe there is some fluid
I think
down
there's something down there
in that section of the course. A lot of racers having challenges there.
Yeah, and here comes Donald Jacobs again. He actually got completely out of the gas going through there as well. I'm wondering if that is from the Eugene Boschman car, that he may have put some fluid down there, Greg.
Yeah, the corner worker down there had I think he had the slippy flag out with the yellow also at that corner.
All right, well, checkered flag is in the air, so we'll see how these racers deal with the slower pace going through there now that some of them have seen that fluid, or in some cases pretty clear they didn't see the fluid there on the prior lap. Claudio Kempf takes the win in GT4 over Thomas Kohler. As Kohler makes his way across the line. That is the win in GT4, first and almost 35 seconds between the two at the finish. Jason Nikic will take the win in 911 Cup. In the blue machine, he works his way all the way up to third place overall. And actually, has he crossed? Yes, he has crossed the line.
He has crossed the line.
Don Jacobs will finish fourth overall, takes the win in VGTO in his 914, with Don Anger finishing fifth overall, second in 911 Cup. Jared Jacobs will finish sixth overall, second in VGTO to dad, with Lee Lasberg finishing on the last step of the podium in 911 Cup. He will finish seventh overall. Then Jeff Wiggins in 911 Cup. Jose Roque in VGTO, Nate DeSantos in his 1977 Carrera will finish 10th overall and fifth in 911 Cup. That is your top 10. Then Ben Wallace, Todd Simpson, Paul Amico, Eugene Basha will show as finishing 4 laps down, and then Alex Farragut, fortunately, only completes 2 laps. So that wraps things up for our blue group. And so, gentlemen, let's make another call to the grid for yellow.
Attention in the paddock, yellow club race number 2, yellow club race number 2, to the grid.
All right, and with that, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back in just a few moments, more Porsche Club Racing action here from the Thunderbolt circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park. It's the 2025 Schattenbaum Showdown. Stay with us.
Partners of Club Racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest Cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailux Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailux should be your first and only choice. Trailux has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailux Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the Thunderbolt circuit. It is the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And next up is race number 2 for our yellow group. As we had this morning, we're going to have a split start. We're going to have our non-spec Boxsters in this front pack. You see them heading off the pit lane now, and then we'll see the spec Boxsters out together as well. Let's run down the starting order for each group. I'm going to give you the top 8 in each. Starting on the pole in our first group, in his 2010 Porsche 911, the 997 chassis, it's Franklin Prey. Ken Agina will start on the outside of the front row in his SP3 class, 1989 Porsche 944. Ryan McGrath in the H class in his 2008 911, that's number 77 car, will start third. Then we've got Mary Schindler in her 2003 Porsche Boxster S, the 992 car, starts fourth. David Felker will start fifth. He's driving the number 45 2008 red Porsche Cayman S. Also in red, and this is a Boxster S, the 2004 machine of Jordan Simon. Starting 7th is Michael Gershon in the black 2001 Porsche Boxster, the number 6 car. And starting 8th in our first group, driving the number 501 red, white, and blue 2002 Porsche 911, it's Cliff Goldsmith. If we now move over to our spec Boxsters, we'll give you the top 8 drivers. Starting on pole today, driving the number 29 1997 car, it is Robbie Wilson. Hoyt Amadon will start second. He's in a 1999 chassis. That is the white number 83. Dan Rubel will start third. Pardon me. He's in the number 771 red, white, and blue 1999 Boxster, with Alex Au starting fourth. He's in the multicolored number 79 machine, starting fifth. In the purple Porsche Boxster 1998 chassis, the zero car of Jared Rodaver. Ryan Farragut will start sixth. He is driving the number 29 orange and black Porsche Boxster. That's a 1997 chassis, with Bernard Nussbaumer starting seventh. He's driving the number 1 green and white machine. That's a 1999 chassis. And then Sam Halabi will start eighth today. He's also in a 1998 chassis. That's a black machine. The 145 car starting in eighth. All right, as we go back over to our front pack, being brought to the line by Franklin Prey in the Martini liveried 997, the 2010 machine. Then we've got Ken Agina in the Porsche 944 right alongside the blue and white Rothmans machine. And there you go, green flag in the air. We're racing once again here at Thunderbolt. Brian, as Agina and Prey head down to turn 1, Agina moves all the way over driver's left to open up the corner. He had enough of a gap back to back to Agina there as they go through turn 1.
Well, I tell you what, Ken did not get the start he wanted. That's Ryan McGrath jumping in there behind Franklin Prey in that 777. Ryan McGrath in the 7.7. That's a lot of 7s up front there.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, though, but Ken Agnew did not get the start he wanted. I'm not sure if he may have possibly missed a shift or whatever, as our spec Boxster car now coming out of turn 12, waiting for the green flag. And there again, there's the green flag there, Greg. And I tell you what, that is going to be led by Robbie Wilson, Hoyt Amadon, and then Alex Au as they go down in. We'll see who's going to get the jump here. Again, Robbie Wilson won that first race this morning. That wasn't for points race, but he moved all the way up, and Hoyt Amadon's going to sit there and try to go too wide through there. That's going to stack the rest of that field up, Craig, coming over the hill.
It is, and Jared Rodaver in the purple number 0 car, Brian, immediately at the drop of the green flag moved all the way over to driver's right, tried to come up the inside and pick up a couple free positions there, but Dan Rubel and Alex Au, they had his number. They kind of shifted over just a little bit going into turn 1 and were able to hold him off, but now Rodaver takes a look underneath Dan Rubel. They're trying to make up a couple positions, and I think he's gotten around Ryan Farragut as we've got a car off, and that is
the 410
of John Beadler, who had some issues in race 1 this morning as well.
Yep. Yeah, he had some problems there. Again, doing the same thing again. I think that's just trying to push the car so quickly to try to move up into the field, not letting the car just get through the turn coming in there, Art, and just really having to get hard on the brakes.
Yeah, it's very possible. You know, I can't imagine how fired up you must get when that green flag comes down and everybody hits the gas. You can't blame him a bit. Kenny's trying to save his race. We all said that he missed that start and don't know what happened to him, but he went back to 4th for a second, so he got back around, and now he's in 3rd. Now the chase is on.
Indeed, and I want to welcome a couple people joining us in the chat today. Brendan Rockefeller, and we got Malenko as well. And looks like we've got a driver pulling off. Is that possibly the 410 again?
Yeah, I believe so. I think he's got a bigger issue there. And it could be, Greg, that he may have a brake problem. That's why he looped it around there as Franklin Prey goes by there. Again, those guys will get that yellow probably for at least one round or one lap here. Because he is well off the beaten path there, as all the way up against that fence.
Yeah, so again, we'll likely see that local caution for a lap or so, let all the drivers know that he is out there, and then we continue. So with one lap in the books, Franklin Prey now with an advantage, almost 4 seconds on Ryan McGrath. Yeah, and you know, Brian, as you said, we got the 777 and we got the 77. I feel like I should be over in Atlantic City pulling the arm on a slot machine or something.
We may have to go a little bit south of here, a little south and north of here, here later on if we're going to play with that many sevens.
That's right. Well, you know, I got to make up some of that money that I'm offering up to Art on behalf, you know, as part of his buy me a race car fund. So,
that's it, right? You got to cover that. Got to cover that $50 there.
That's
right. Franklin Prey, I got to tell you that what a guy. He signed on to be the national PCA crew, and I had the chance to see him do his first race up at Monticello. And we were all in a room for a team meeting, you know, officials. And I just said, just want to tell all you guys that Franklin Prey is giving back to the sport by becoming an official and helping with this. Yeah. But he's a star in GT1B, and I know he's going to be dying not being out there, but that away.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, this car obviously has quite a bit of power behind the wheel. Of course, he also brought out that 1969 911, the GT6 machine, which he proudly pointed out was the lowest horsepower car in the entire field, and yet, you know, again, he still just drives the wheels off of these things. But you know, of course, this is home for him. He's from member of the Jersey Shore PCA region, and he got his start, interestingly enough, and we talked a little bit about this when we had him offline at Road Atlanta, doing the Skip Barber, the old open wheel series. I don't know what they call these cars. They weren't. I think they were the old Dodge powered open wheel cars that they ran for years and years. And actually, you can still race them on iRacing, I believe. But yeah, maybe the old Dodge Pro Series, possibly. I'm trying to remember. We talked about it. Just my long-term memory is almost worse than my short-term memory.
What, can't you remember?
He doesn't know.
Long-term or short-term? Which one is it?
He doesn't
Both.
know.
Oh, all right.
If I could remember, I'd tell you.
Yeah.
Now wait till you're 72 and you'll be like, what were we talking about? Is it dinner time yet?
Well, just get back to me for that red race this afternoon.
We've got Bernard Nussbaumer in the pits, so pulling down onto pit lane here. So
I wish I had better news for the Boxster guys, but Robbie Wilson is already around the corner. There goes Hoyt into that turn, and Robbie Wilson's already out of sight.
Yeah, there you go. The last time they crossed the line, Wilson in the blue Boxster already had close to 5 seconds on Amadon. But I'll tell you, right behind, Amadon's got a bit of a fight on his hands right now with Alex Al and Ryan Farragut. Remember, Farragut was doing amazingly well, was running third in that orange with black Boxster in our first race. There they are right now with the multicolored of Al just ahead until Farragut had that spin and ended up dropping all the way back. But you know, again, we're not seeing them quite as close as they were in race one, and it could be a sign of, well, one, it's a little bit warmer, two, maybe those tires hopefully not giving up the ghost, and hopefully they didn't run them off completely in that first 30-minute race.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. That's going to be something to look forward, to look towards when we get towards the end of this race, whether or not some of these tires really start to fall off, because when they do fall off, they're going to fall off relatively quickly. And so what will end up happening is they will drop all the way back into the rest of the pack.
Going out of the shot just a minute or so ago, I believe Kenny Agana has caught right up to the rear bumper of Ryan McGrath, and he'll be looking to get around that to see if he can chase down Franklin Prey at all, but he needs to get around Ryan McGrath in the Deadhead Racing 997 quick.
Tell you what, if we can, let's go down into just now heading down into turn number 1, Jordan. And that's the battle for that ME1. And Greg, you and I were looking at this earlier this morning between Frank Osborne and that white 313 right there that just went out of your shot, and Gene Raimondi. Gene Raimondi, about 2 laps ago, was about 2 seconds back, and now he has actually caught back up to Frank Osborne. So I think Gene Raimondi, that car is set obviously up for a super long run where it takes about 4.5 to almost 5 laps for it to really start to come in, as Gene Raimondi just went his fastest lap for himself at that 132.7 on lap 5. So it'd be interesting to see how quicker that car goes as this race goes on, because that car is really starting to come to life, especially out of turn number 12 and down the front stretch.
As here as they come now through the octopus. I was about to say the carousel. We have too many race courses that have a carousel as part of their layout.
Yes.
Of course, when you go to the National Park of Speed over Labor Day weekend, of course, we'll have the king of all carousels, at least in the United States. There, not to be confused with the carousel curve at the Nürburgring. But good fight, and right back behind them. Brian, a nice little battle for I believe it's second in SP3. Again, our leader right now in SP3 is Ken Agina, but Damon DeCastro and Steven Wilson. DeCastro's in the white 968, Wilson in the black 968 just behind. And there they are right now, and that is a nice little fight. They were separated by quite a bit more in the first race. We got a driver that's gone wide coming out of turn 4.
That is actually Ryan McGrath.
McGrath, yeah.
Probably trying to stay ahead of Kenny. He was in his mirrors big time. The pressure got to him.
Well, I was going to say, Art, if you're going to do it, the best way is usually to knock off about a quarter mile of the racetrack by going through the grass.
Well, we didn't see a thing. Who are we,
No, exactly.
We're all staring
new
at the
track
TV
record
set.
for
Ryan McGrath is a great guy. I've met him a long time ago down by Summit Point, and we've talked quite a bit. He's a great. He's got some more drama. There he is on the lawn again.
Yeah,
feel bad for him coming all the way up here and then having drama like that.
Yeah, we'll see. And he's doing the right thing. He's trying to get that car as close to the corner station as possible so he can communicate with the corner workers and get that back to race control. But also well, right now, I don't know if he's in the best of spots because he is just before the corner station.
Yeah.
Which means that there is a local caution, I think, likely coming out of turn 6. Which basically closes a pretty big area down the passing. So we'll take a look at that next time we head around the course. But if he pulled just a couple of feet further, then the corner worker that was right by him would be able to go and give the yellow flag. But it looks like he's made it, possibly made his way back underway.
Yeah, there he is right there, getting ready to come down. Up over that hill. Looks like he's going to have enough power to get down to the pit road there. Again, very slow, and he has definitely made it down into the pit lane, and it looks like he may have a right front tire down.
Yeah. That's possible. And Brian, we just saw Daniel Rubel, who was running 4th in Spec Boxster, with a bit of a moment, and he was in a pretty tight battle there with Ryan Farragut and Sam Halabi, and we just saw Farragut and Halabi come through turn 5. I believe with Rubel going off, that's going to move Farragut up to 4th, Halabi up to 5th.
Yeah. And they had been battling back a little bit, back and forth there for the last lap and a half too, where Ryan Farragut dropped back a little bit, and then evidently, again, that's a product of Greg, and this is we've talked about this many times. You're driving in your mirror, in your rear of your mirror, you miss entry. Next thing you know, you're in the center of the corner, and you're carrying way too much speed. You're actually trying to slow the car down, get on the brakes. That back end just wants to come around.
Yeah, indeed, and again, especially at that portion of the course where we said it really tightens up, and there aren't many ways to get through there that don't make it difficult on you and difficult on the car. And again, we thought maybe with that last race that we saw that maybe there was some fluid down, but I think it turned into more that drivers were, just either in the heat of the battle or possibly just overdriving the car in that little section, getting maybe a little bit more confident. But never mind. We talked about Farragut and Halabi moving up to 4th and 5th. Lawson Wilder and Jared Rodaver now in Wilder in the blue, Rodaver in the purple Boxsters. They're starting to actually close things up a little bit on Farragut and Halabi. We might have a fourth if Lawson Wilder and Rodaver probably stop fighting for 6th,
correct,
and start fighting for 4th, they'll get up there a lot faster.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, this goes back to other different classes and cars that we've seen. It's all about momentum here, especially with these spec boxers. So if those two drivers can stay in line there and work together to get some of the draft, they will catch those other two cars. We've seen that throughout, and when you get a really good run up over the hill, out of the Octopus and down through turn number 12 and down the front stretch, you can get some aero draft pulling up. That will enable you to catch back up to them, as Sam Halabi now has fallen off the back bumper a little bit of Ryan Farragut. So Lawson Wilder in that Red Bull machine and Jared Rodaver, they should be able to catch up to him.
Yeah, Halabi might, whether he means to or not, might act as a good bridge to get Wilder and Rodaver into this fight. As, we'll see here is a little bit of a fight going into turn 1, but Farragut just turned his fastest lap of the race, Brian. And that last time around was almost, looked like almost about 0.8 of a second faster than Halabi behind.
Yeah. And pretty much almost half a second faster than Alex Au, even though, he's still 5 seconds behind, as we still have right around 14 and a half minutes left to go in this race.
All right, well, of course, this race brought to you by USRC. And with about 15 minutes to go, Art, why don't we make a first call to the grid for our driver's ed students?
You bet. First call. Green driver's ed. First call.
All right. And so with that, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from the Schattenbaum Showdown. We'll be right back.
For over 30 years, Overture Ultimate Home Electronics has specialized in designing, installing, and maintaining technology systems that enrich our clients' lives. Our values are rooted in delivering exceptional client experiences and fostering long-term relationships through unparalleled service and support. We offer both new build and retrofit specific solutions to help turn your home connectivity dreams into reality. To learn more about Overture Ultimate Home Electronics, visit us at overturehome.com today.
The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 33rd Annual Club Race and the 59th Driver Education Event at the National Park of Speed, Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. All Sunday and Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2025 Club Sport Triple Trofeo and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, this event features a Porsche parade using the original Road America race circuit, car show, and gourmet dinner banquet in beautiful downtown Elkhart Lake on Saturday evening, which is fun for the whole family plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park Thunderbolt Circuit for the Schattenbaum Showdown. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And Brian, as we're past the halfway mark here in our yellow group, had some more developments in Spec Boxster, whereas we were watching as Lawson Wilder and Jared Rodaver were trying to get up to the battle for fourth between Farragut and Halabi, and well, it's not the way it looks any longer.
Yeah, no, Jared Rodaver going off in turn 5, that allowed Daniel Rubel to move back up, so that gap that now Lawson Wilder has is 4 seconds back to Daniel Rubel in 7th in Spec Boxster, and Jared Rodaver is going to follow all the way back. He's now 2 seconds behind Daniel Rubel in that 771 machine. So again, trying to get everything he can, just overdrove it, just went off driver's right there. And if you've been here before, you know that when you get on the outside of those rumble strips on the exit of turn number 5, it's nothing but a huge heavy dust and dirt cloud there, and it really makes it tough to get the car back under power and get back on the racetrack.
Yeah, we see there's Rodaver trying to find a way around Rubel ahead. I wanted to check in, if we could, in the battle for the lead in the G class. We've got Jordan Simon in the red 54 Boxster. We've got Gershon in the white 01 Boxster. And the last time I watched them, they were, I'd say, probably separated by maybe 5 to 6 car lengths. And I wanted to see if that had opened up or if that had closed down.
Actually, looks like it's opened up.
Opened
if you're
up,
talking
yeah.
about Jordan Simon there in that 50. It's about almost 3
is.
seconds now, and I think that happened because of some of the slower cars that came up on with the traffic. So
yeah. So things opening up there quite a bit. Also, as we look, maybe we check back in on that ME1 battle between Osborne and the orange Boxster, Gene Raimondi, and that blue-ish machine.
They should, they should be back somewhere along in that area right there. There they are right there. So there's Osborne, there's Raimondi. Raimondi's fallen about a second off of Osborne. But again, Greg, that was, I think, a little bit because of some traffic that they went through, and Osborne was able to get through them at the right part of the racetrack as they come out of turn 12 and head down the front stretch. You'll notice that when we go down into the turn 1 camera, Raimondi's able to get deeper on the brakes than Osborne, with the exception of that lap there. He brakes a little bit sooner, but the last couple laps he's been getting a little bit deeper, and I think what's happening is that car just isn't handling the way he wanted to, because he is trying to possibly overdrive that car down into the corner, and that car really wants to wash out, which is making that car super tight, and I think he's trying to drive the car, and that's making it loose off, which is causing a problem.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looked like a lot of push into the corners, very loose coming out, and kind of endemic of what happens when you try to compress those braking zones and you go into the corner too hot. So we'll continue to watch that, but that battle starting to open up a little bit. Osborne just ran his fastest lap of the race now, and has about a second and a half on Raimondi there as he continues to open things up. In SP3, Ken Agena now with, almost, I think, 25 seconds or so on Steven Wilson in the 215, the black Porsche 968 there. No, that's not the 968. That's one of our Boxsters coming through. But let's just say he's got a rather large margin on Wilson. It's then another 3 seconds or so back to DeCastro. Patty Mosconi, who we saw in race number 1 today in her yellow Porsche 944, and just as importantly, brought out Jesse Prince of Cats to watch her. That car did not take the green here for race number 2. There's a prince. There's somebody in the monarchy who's not a happy camper.
Yes, decided. You know what? Not going to go out. Not going to watch.
That's right. Sorry, Prince.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. Is pops up on our timing and scoring in SP3. Agena with a little bit less than a minute advantage over Steve Wilson right now. Here, so he has really opened things up. Agena currently running in second, and And let's see, where is Steven Wilson in the 215 car, currently running back in 12th position overall. So, again, big gap there.
One of the other battles I wanted to look at, Greg, and we'll pick this up here if we can, Jordan. We'll find it. It's the multicolored spec Boxster of the number 79 of Alex Al, along with Hoyt Amadon in that 83. Alex has gotten around Hoyt for second in spec Boxster, and last time by, Hoyt was about 0.4 of a second behind them as our ME1 battle continues to rage on, headed down in turn 1. But I tell you what, the multicolor of Alex Al seems to have gotten a lot faster this race, obviously, than he did in the early race. They're coming by the start-finish line now, heading down, and now he's opened up that gap even further to almost 1.5 seconds over Hoyt Amadon in that number 83. So Alex in that 79 got that car dialed in for this afternoon, Greg, and he is starting to pull away. When I was talking about that ME1 battle, Gene Raimondi was able to go by Frank Osborne as they came out of turn 12 down by the start-finish line. They are now headed down into turn 5, and it's about half a car length between both of them.
All right, well, and here they go. And, things have really tightened up there between those two cars now as they go down into turn 6. Literally door-to-door, Brian, there as looks like Osborne had the advantage going into 1, or probably going into 6.
Now, the two cars in front of them are the ones that that's the between them. So, again, it's the blue with the lightning bolt number 78 of Raimondi right there. There we go.
We are. Got it.
Yeah, so Raimondi got around him. They had a little bit of a struggle going through there. They were going to go side by side, but Osborne had to back out of it, especially when they got into 6. So now throw Gene Raimondi in that ME1 battle. He's going to go back to the top spot there over that 313 of Frank Osborne. But again, as we talked about, Gene Raimondi's car seems after about 6 or 7 laps starts to come in and get a little bit faster and run down Frank Osborne.
All right, real quick, Art, as we're just now under 5 minutes remaining, let's make a second call to the grid for our driver's ed folks.
Attention in the paddock. Driver's ed, second call. Driver's ed to the grid.
All right, here, great battle again in ME1 between Raimondi and Osborne. We saw this in race 1 this morning, and look at this as Osborne tries to pull alongside, coming through turn 4. It was going to be a difficult maneuver to go around Raimondi going through turn 5, and you see there is Raimondi kind of pushed him out a little wide. Then Osborne had to get out of the throttle just a little bit, drop back behind going through 6. We'll see what happens here, though, as they come through the Octopus, Brian, and I'm thinking maybe if Osborne plays it right here, as long as he can stay on the back bumper of the 78, might have an opportunity to pull to the inside going into turn 1. But, we've seen it a lot of times here at Thunderbolt that the outside line at turn 1 is actually the more advantageous one to use.
Yeah, there's a little bit more grip there that they're able to use to shoot off and go up over the hill down into turn number 2, up into turn 3. We'll see, but it looks like that Gene Raimondi is going to be able to hold him off here as they come down through. He had a little bit more of a gap than he did last time. But this is where, just as you mentioned it, Osborne staying on the outside there, pushing it as Franklin Prey decides to go in the dirt, who's your overall leader. I don't think he wants to get involved in that, so he decided to take a little detour there. But this is where Osborne becomes better than Gene Raimondi, right in through this section here between turns 4 and 5, Greg. And now it looks like he's going to try to look to the inside, but Raimondi's going to sit in the middle of the track there and try to make him earn that pass.
Well, I'm starting to think that maybe Osborne's getting let's just say I think Raimondi might be driving the mirrors a little bit because he was pushed out from the apex a little bit by Frank Osborne going into turn 5 as Osborne picked a different different tack than he used on the previous lap. And he's got Raimondi's head on a bit of a swivel right now. The question will be, is they're coming up on some slower traffic right now going through the Octopus. What is Raimondi going to do? Well, actually, the choice was made for him as that slower car hangs to the outside and lets all three drivers behind, including our leader, Franklin Prey, go through.
Yeah, I believe that was the 120 there, Michael Thompson, that they went by there. But, yeah, this is where it could be where Osborne could use a little bit of Franklin Prey's draft as he pulls in right behind Franklin Prey.
That's what he does.
Exactly, right down in towards turn one. We'll see if that's going to be able to help him shoot off because, again, this is where Osborne has been the faster over Raimondi. And now Raimondi's got to look at that and go, okay, now I know that I've got our overall leader. I've got to let him go, but I got to still be able to defend so that Osborne can't get around me.
And meanwhile, Osborne chose not to go along with Franklin Prey. And I think given where they were on track coming out of 2 going into 3, that might be a reason, is we've got a car off coming out of the final corner, Brian. And we'll get the number on that car here momentarily.
Well, that looks like that is going to be the 411 machine. It looks like he's not even attempting to get back on the racetrack. He's going to stay well off the racetrack there and drive down the track. I'm not sure.
Is 411, or is that, no, that's not the 414. Yeah, it's the 411 of Nissenbaum.
Yeah,
the white with orange Boxster. And maybe he's out there trying to get that off-price bacon from that Eugene Basha left out there after the last race.
Well, he's definitely going to stay down far drivers left. He may even pull down there. There's the flagger right as you go into turn 1 right there. It looks like he's going to stay far drivers left and pull all the way down. He had an opportunity to get back on the racetrack, so I think he thinks that there's something else, and he's definitely going to make the left-hand turn into that cutout.
Well, we've got that's our turn 1 flag station there. Yeah, as you can see the yellow flag being held out just as he crossed it, and there you go. As he pulls through, that should bring the local caution down, and it does. Well, there it is. Maybe he needs to go to the Porta-John there, right on the other side of the car.
I was going to say, maybe he was, thought of an easier way to get there. Maybe he didn't want to have to come down pit road and get out.
Overhydrated before the race. You never know.
Yep, you never know.
All right, as we continue to watch this ME1 battle now, as Gene Raimondi continues to hold off Frank Osborne now going into turn 5, and Osborne again trying to open things up. I think might have been looking at pulling an over-under, but that corner, Brian, I don't think, because of, again, it's a 90-degree turn, I think it would have been a very difficult move to make here. But let's take a look as he now pulls alongside going into 7.
Well, he's definitely going to have to make this, Greg, because with Franklin Prey out in front of him, this is going to be the last opportunity he's going to have, because next time Franklin Prey comes by, he's going to get the checkered flag. So with them being ahead of or behind him, they're going to end up having to make this work.
All right, so as they come through turn 10 now, and Gene Raimondi, through that entire sequence, manages to hold off the Osborne machine, and as they come now under the bridge and head to the line, first off, taking the overall win is Franklin Prey, the 777 machine, and as the ME1 leaders come to the start-finish line, taking the win in ME1, who's it going to be? It is Gene Raimondi, and margin of victory there looked a lot closer on our camera, about 0.6 of a second. Frank Osborne finishing second, Chris Fahey finishing in third. Again, our overall winner is Franklin Prey. He takes the win in the J class, with Ken Aganoff finishing in second, taking the win in SP3. Actually, he hasn't taken the win yet. I think we're still waiting for him to come across the line.
Coming across right now.
And there he comes now, right to the line. There he is in the white and blue Rothman's Porsche 944, and he finishes with the win in SP3. Jordan Simon comes across the line, finishes third overall in his Boxster, takes the win in the G class, with David Felker taking the win in J in his 2008 Porsche Cayman, finishing fourth overall. Mary Schindler will finish second in G in her 2003 Porsche Boxster, fifth overall. Cliff Goldsmith takes the win in the I-Class in his 996 911, 6th overall. Robbie Wilson takes the win in Spec Boxster, will finish 7th overall in the 029 machine. Gene Raimondi, they're taking the win in the number 78 machine in his Porsche Boxster, with Frank Osborne finishing, as we said, 65 hundredths of a second in arrears, in second in ME1, 9th overall. And then Chris Fahey will finish third in ME1, will round out our top 10, 6 seconds back from the leaders in class. Finishing second in Spec Boxster, Brian, Alex Al, with Hoyt Amadon finishing in third. So that pass that Al made about midway through was enough to garner second place. Amadon will wrap up the Spec Boxster podium. Ryan Farragut will finish in fourth. Sam Halabi finishing in fifth. Let's see, in SP3, we talked about Ken Agena taking the win. Steve Wilson finishing second. Damon DeCastro will finish in third. And Richard Glickel, our sole GT5 racer, he will finish up 27th overall. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our yellow race group. Next up, and Art, let's make a final call to the grid for our driver's ed folks.
And attention in the paddock. We need all of our driver's ed guys on the grid right now. They've got 2 sessions to go for today. I think 2.
2 more, yeah.
2 more sessions. Boy, they get their money's worth doing driver's ed at this event. I'll tell you what. Man, they're going to tire them cars out.
That's right.
But they're up for their penultimate, if you will, session here in driver's ed. Coming up.
All right, well, very good. So we've got one more race this afternoon. Our red race group scheduled to be back in just about 20 minutes at 3:55 p.m. Eastern Time. So we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll come back with more action here in just a little bit from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. It's the 2025 Schattenbaum Showdown. Please stay with us. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit for the 2025 edition of the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche. And before we get underway with our final race of the day, I wanted to ask you all kindly and gently to join us starting tomorrow morning at 9:20 a.m., where we're going to bring you the rest of the action here from Thunderbolt. We've got more sprint racing on the docket for you, and we've got a great endurance race in the afternoon to wind up the festivities, so make sure you join us again. That's 9:20 tomorrow morning Eastern time. All right, our final race of the day heading out. It is our red race group with all of our cup cars. Let's run down the starting order again. We had 27 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the first 16, starting on pole today in his GTC 8 2022 Cup car with a qualifying time of 1:19.205. It's Joe Viola, starting on the outside of the front row in his GTC 6 991.1 Cup car. That's a 2016 edition. It's Jeff Smith. Mark Calzaretta in his GTD 3 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. Mark Calzaretta. Steve Katz will start fourth. He's in a 2005 Cup car. That's the number 113 machine. Peter DeBusman scheduled to start fifth. He's in the number 125 GTD1 GT4 Club Sport. It's green and black with Rami Farid starting sixth. Rami is also in a Club Sport. That's the blue and orange machine, the 53 car. Then we got Eric Liu, who is our GTB1 winner earlier today. He's driving the number 154 white Cayman with Robert Hargeshmeyer starting in eighth. He's in the 151 2011 Porsche Cup car. That's a GTC 5 machine. Joe Doria is going to be starting ninth. He's in the 636 2001 Cup car. And I think I mentioned GTC 3 machine. Daniel Krantz will be starting 10th. He's in the number 8 2011 Porsche Cayman S. It's the GTB1 car. In GTC 4, driving the turquoise 2007 Cup car, it's Noam Eliyahu. That's the 555 machine with Greg Wagner starting 12th. He is in the number 150 teal 2014 Porsche Cayman. Then we've got John Bauer starting lucky 13th. He's in the number 143 2005 Cup car. It's a GTC 3 machine with James Wilson starting 14th. He's in a Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, the blue 2024 machine. The 290 car starts 14th. As the starter looks over the field, gentlemen, and does he like what he sees? Yes, he does. And green flag is in the air. And once again, we go three, I think almost four wide mid-pack, Brian, as they start to head down into turn number one. Viola in that yellow and blue Cup car holds off Jeff Smith as they go into turn one.
Yeah, I tell you what, you talked about him a couple minutes ago. We know he had some problems early. Noam Eliyahu, I tell you what, he got one heck of a jump, because it seems like the fourth and fifth place cars, Greg, they didn't go anywhere on the start, and the front two with Joseph Viola and Jeff Smith took off, and that 555 machine, he jumped all the way up into fifth place.
Wow.
Going by the start-finish line, and he started a little bit further back, as you mentioned.
Started 11th.
Yeah. By the time they got to the start-finish line, he was fifth.
Wow, great start there, and he's at Noam Eliyahu. He's in the turquoise machine.
Correct.
And so, yeah, great start for him, getting past Art Sang, James Wilson, John Bauer here early on. Now, again, right at the front of the field, these cars with Viola and Smith, Calzaretta, Katz, they are not in the same classes. So we'll be looking here. I think the first interclass battle we're going to probably have and come up on, wouldn't be surprised if it's the GTB1 battle between Dan Krantz and Greg Wager. They started 10th and 12th overall, but we'll definitely track things here as this race begins.
Yeah, I tell you what, as Joseph Viola now comes out of turn number 12 and heads down the start-finish line. Tell you what, he's got about a car length and a half lead over Jeff Smith. Again, as you talked about, this time by, not a lot of class battles. Not going to be back until we get into that GTB1.
All right, and there we go, a little bit further back there in the field. It looks like that was the machine that we were talking about just a little while ago, getting that great start. Noam Eliyahu in the 2007 Cup car with a big challenge there for fourth overall with Peter DeBusman in the green and black Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. Trying to pick up where some of the first interclass battles will be now here as we are working lap number 2. But as you said, great start by Eliyahu, now up in the 5th in the 555 car, leading this pack of 4 cars. That is Robert Hargeshmeyer, Eric Liu, Rami Farid directly behind. And a great start for Eric Liu once again, as he was your winner in GTB1 in our race earlier today. Daniel Krantz, 3 cars back from there. He's got the GTD2 car of Farid and Joe Doria's GTC3 car that he's got to get around if he's going to challenge Eric Liu. And Liu pretty much ran away and hid in race 1.
Yeah.
Just an update on our good friend there, Steve Katz, with his on-track insurance 996 car. He got towed in, and his clutch was not working. So evidently they didn't have any luck fixing that, and he's sitting this one out.
Yeah, that's right. We saw Katz in that cutout between turns 5 and 6 in our first race. So, of course, Art, that begs the question, any on-track insurance for
I was going to ask him, but he seemed a little upset.
Yeah.
That wasn't funny.
Sorry. Now that I realize he can hear me in the paddock. Anyway.
Oh, good point. Sorry, Steve.
Tell him he's got a couple hundred miles to travel if he wants to get to me. All right.
What's that? You're on the way? Oh,
that's
I don't know.
right.
He said he's just leaving.
Yeah, that's right. I hear American Airlines has a hub in Charlotte. Anyway, all right.
A little bad luck there for Steve. He'll be back. If they can get it straightened out,
a couple other
he'll give it a
racers
whack
not
tomorrow.
taking the green here. Besides Steve, Amy Burgess in her GTB1 came in, and it sounds like she had definitely had some issues in our first race today. Keith Powell also in GTB1, and Eric Johnston in GTB1, all not taking the green flag. So a little bit smaller GTB1 field than we saw earlier today. It's at 5 cars with Lou, Krantz, Wagner, Stang, and Tunlich right now, rounding out that 5-car field, and we'll try and get some times on here for them.
Yeah, it looks like a timing and scoring just now coming back up here.
Yes.
Up in the booth, so it looks like do it. One of the things I was noticing, Greg, as we were going through, and that's the 290 there of James Wilson. We've seen him in other different classes as well. Looks like he's got some right front damage on that Porsche. Kind of in the very far right underneath the bottom. That could affect some of the handling in that car when you get to some of these high-speed corners and down the front stretch.
Yeah, and definitely affect him. He's in the Blue Club Sport machine, currently running 19th in the field. And a little bit of a surprise is he and again, this was only lap number 3, but running, I think, a 129.1, which is actually a little bit off the pace of the drivers, not only ahead of him, which shouldn't be all that surprising, but the drivers behind him are lapping in the 28s as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only driver in that GT2 class out here. Again, this is a group that we have 15 different, but we have a lot of single entries in some of these, with James Wilson in that GT2, GTC6. You talked about Jeff Smith, Mark Calzaretta, GTD3, Leslie Shem in the GT1. So again, a lot of different single car classes. So again, really out here just racing against yourself and racing against the clock, but also trying to better your competitor in other classes as well. So that damage is really going to hold him up a little bit, and the drivers behind.
So speaking of Shrem right now, Brian, and as you mentioned, he's running lucky 13th. He's in the 172 blue 996 GT2 car. When he sent this information about his driving exploits, and I'm trying to, I probably should have reached out to him before, but maybe you guys can get to him tonight. First off, I can see why now he's driving cars. He said he started his racing career driving or riding motorcycles, and I can't tell you how many
exactly.
How many? Oh, Brian, and we have, I think, contact between 2 cars going into turn 7. not involving Shrem. By the way, I'll try and get the number on that car, or numbers on those cars.
Yeah,
I think one of them might have been the busman, possibly in the GTD1 machine, and off in the grass there. Let's see, who is that?
We'll see when they come back around. I'll be able to pick the number out.
I think that might be Eric Wartzoy, possibly in the 321 machine.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Yortzoy, indeed. And he is out of Boston, Massachusetts.
And Gregory Wagner in the 150.
Okay, Wagner in the 150 machine as Wagner now drops back. Yeah, there you go, in the teal Cayman, who drops back. I was, originally going to say with Shrem, a good thing that he wasn't involved is, again, he started off motorcycle racing, but I can't tell you how many folks that are in club racing got their starts motorcycle racing and then realized that, you can only stand so many trips to the hospital before you become a cager, and that's the case with Shrem. But he said something, and again, I think we need to send somebody back in the paddock to talk to him about this. Let me pull this quote up. He said he used to be medium fast when 996 GT2 was less than 18 years old, and I'm trying to figure out if he means when his race car was less than 18 years old, or when he was less than 18 years old. But it's close because his car is a 2003 chassis, so we're at right about 18 years. Yeah. So I'm very confused right now. I'm incredibly confused.
Yeah. And that was Eric Yortzoy in the 321 machine.
I figured.
So again, and that was just a product, I think, of going for the same, the same real estate on the racetrack right there. I think that, the 150 there, Wagner got a good run off that corner, kind of came down the inside. Yortzoy may not have seen him. And again, product of going through, kind of looking for the same real estate.
Yeah, indeed. As the 150 car made a pretty late braking maneuver going into the corner there, and as Yortzoy turned in, well, yeah, there was another car there, and probably just wasn't expecting it there. So those drivers have dropped back a little bit further in the field. Now, as the 150 of Wagner running 16th overall, and then we've got Yortzoy, who has fallen all the way back to 23rd. Obviously, Yortzoy spent a lot of time off in the grass there a lap ago. And now we see two more cars getting together. That time, as I was watching the machine side by side going into 7, we had contact between two cars going into turn 6. And we've got a car off in the grass on the outside there, Brian. And from this light, and it looks like obviously the sun is really shining off that left rear wheel, I think there might be some suspension damage on the rear of that machine.
Yeah, either on the rear, or I can see a little bit of buckle in that left front too. So it looks like he is trying to move that car. So we'll see, and I'm going to try to see if we can't get some numbers.
That's the number 96 bad car of Carl Tallardy.
Yeah.
And I think the other one was the 548.
The GTP2 machine. And was that Van Eden in the Cayman that came up with him? I think.
I think it was the 548.
Okay.
So if that is,
it's either 540 or the 648 was Van Eden.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it was. Is it gray?
And speaking of Caymans, that was an impressive save there. Between what we saw earlier today with Alex Farragut and that save.
We got to figure out who's gotten the save of the day between that car there and now that driver there, Greg. That's your overall leaders there. That's Viola and that's Smith. Kind of got to get really out of the way there and kind of go driver's right as far as you can until you can collect yourself back up. Now he tucks back in under Jeff Smith there, along with Calzaretta coming up there. So again, we may have to vote on the saves of the day.
Let's see if we can pick up the number there. If that can't tell if that's Shahadi. Actually, that might be the 648 of Van Eden. Judging from as it goes around, I thought it might have been Wahid Shahadi, possibly in the 147 machine.
Right.
I think that was actually Van Eden.
Yeah, we'll see. They're getting ready to come by the window here momentarily. Here comes Viola, here comes Smith, and then Calzaretta. So we'll see. It's going to be the fourth car that just comes off of turn number 12, head down the start-finish line. So that's going to be the 556 that that went around there. So that's
Belvedere.
going to be a Belvedere, Dominic Belvedere, that went around right in front of our leaders there.
Yeah, and that was the battle in Spec Cayman. We were watching them earlier today between Van Eden and Belvedere in the two silver machines there in Spec Cayman, and that has allowed Van Eden to open up at least a little bit of a gap now, about 6 seconds ago. We think Van Eden might have been involved in that incident the lap before
with Talardi
over turn 6 with Talardi. So some challenges there for our two Cayman drivers who are now running, I believe, 20th and 21st in a 23-car race group.
Yeah. Talardi was able to get back down on the pit lane and down through make that right-hand turn down into the paddock, looking out the window. Actually, it's right here below our window here to the crew. So able to drive that thing back. Doesn't look like there's any suspension damage. I just think maybe they just want to look over the body. Didn't see any really body damage there either.
Well, Brian, as this has been a great fight between Joe Viola and Jeff Smith at the front of the field as they come out of the final corner now onto the front straight, I'd like to, if we can, move back. And we were watching this fight earlier over in GTB2. We've got Art Sang in Art Sang in the white Porsche Cayman, Matt Tunwitz in a yellow and gray Porsche Cayman. And is that looking to see if that's them actually right now. This is the battle for second in GTB1. And a good fight going on. Eric Liu, once again, for the second time today, has really started to stretch things out over GTB1. But we're starting to see a real good fight there for the second step on the podium.
Let's see. I believe that is them. Yep.
Coming onto the front straight and across the line now to complete lap number 10.
Yeah.
As we are just about halfway through this 30-minute race, Brian. Yep. So I know, let's do this. We do need to call our driver's ed students to the grid, and then we'll take a quick break.
Yep.
Attention in the paddock. Driver's ed. Final session. First call, driver's ed.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from Thunderbolt. It's the 2025 Schattenbaum Showdown. Please stay with us.
Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manabal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manabaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. It is the 2025 Schattenbaum Showdown, our final race of the afternoon, presented by Overture Ultimate Home Electronics in sales tax-free Delaware. And I am Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Art McHugh. And Brian, again, not a battle for class, but this has been just amazing to watch here. Right at the front of the field, we've got Joe Viola, our overall leader. He's in the GTC 8 class. Jeff Smith in the White Cup car in GTC 6, and then Mark Calzaretta in that Porsche Cayman. And to watch them just try to pick and choose positions through some of the slower traffic is just wild.
Yeah, I tell you what, when we went to break, they were coming out of turn number 12 down the front stretch, and they used, Jeff Smith used the 290 there of James Wilson, we talked about him earlier, as a pick, and then Calzaretta was able to get in front, and then Jeff Smith used him again as a pick to force Calzaretta to go. We got a car that's gone off there, right there in turn 1. I believe that's the 556. I believe that may be Dominic Belvedere again going off right there.
He's had some challenges
so
today.
That's 2 there, but it was just interesting to watch Smith use Wilson as a double pick for Calzaretta to not allow Calzaretta to get around, and now they're going back through some of the other traffic now where they're having that problem as they come through. Again, Calzaretta's getting right up on the back bumper there of the Jeff Smith machine, but again, you've got Joseph Viola trying to go deep inside, as deep as he can get there, to try to get himself free from Smith and Calzaretta.
And can I tell you, I want to be, when I grow up, I want to be Jeff Smith, all right? So Smith, who's in the white GTC 6 car, he as an occupation, he is a personal trainer. He does CrossFit. Just got back from heliskiing in Alaska. He's an avid scuba diver, and he also plays, and you know I'm a huge Washington Capitals fan. He plays hockey year-round as well. He's also the current chief instructor for, I think, the Race and Toter region of PCA as well. Holds the track record at Lime Rock in Spec Cayman. So, again, I want to be him.
You know, you kind of upset Art here when you talked about CrossFit training. Art is one of the best shaped gentlemen I've seen sitting up here. I mean, it takes him no time to get up the steps.
Oh, stop. After a couple of heart attacks, I got to look at those stairs and psych myself up and stop halfway up. So we just take it easy anymore.
That's all right. But, hey, Art, I'll chip in another $100 for the elevator fund. How's that?
There we go. There we go. We went from the race car fund to the elevator fund here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. So,
hey, as long as I wake up every day, I'll take it.
And I'm right there with you, my man.
Tell you what, now you got Joseph Viola who's going to use another car as a pick. He's going to get away a little bit from Jeff Smith, Greg. So we're going to see whether or not Smith's going to be able to run him down a little bit. This is the part where Smith is a little bit faster going up over the hill, down into turn 4 into that fast right-hander before you get into the hard left-hand turn there of turn 5. They both take the same line in. Looks like we've got somebody that may have spun there. I'm not sure if they're all the way over. Yeah, kind of on the thing. Again, we're going to have to vote on the vote for the save of the day at some point. Evidently, that driver is not going to be included in that vote.
Well, we're going to have to vote for the corner that eats the most cars.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Well, that might be well, it hasn't eaten any car. Although, actually, if that car just completely disappeared, maybe it did eat one.
I didn't
either that or drivers left. There is a big gate there. You could actually drive over to the air park from there. Maybe he's making an early exit that he didn't want to be embarrassed. I don't know. But meanwhile, we're starting to see here where the GT4 Cayman of Calzaretta starting to fall off the pace of the two Cup cars directly ahead. Don't tell that bird that just flew in front of our camera, though. As they go through traffic, I think the traffic is the one thing that's keeping Calzaretta in play here. But all three drivers have opened up a rather large lead to Rami Farid, our leader in GTD2, currently running in fourth. I think the 53 car just getting ready to cross the line, almost 30 seconds back from the top three.
Yeah, he just Rami Farid just went by the start-finish line, headed down into turn one. So, yeah, that car is about 30 seconds back, as you said. So, again, and you can see here Viola in that 262 machine starting to up over Smith. I think Smith had used up his tires, Greg,
possibly,
when they were really trying, as you see the flashing lights of Viola, to let that other competitor know, hey, I'm coming through. We're flashing lights here during the daytime here. Art, we got to get by. So
headlights on for safety, man.
That's it. We're gonna turn the headlights on so you know I'm coming through. But Jeff Smith, I think, may have, during the middle part of this race, Greg, having to fight to get through the traffic to stay on the back bumper of Viola in that 262 machine, may have used up some of those tires.
All right, some of our other, as we were talking about GTC3 with Joe Doria currently running a little bit further back in the pack, running sixth in the 636 machine, the white Cup car. He's got, I think, now almost a full lap on John Bauer in that class.
Well, speaking of John Bauer, Greg,
Yeah.
sorry, he just came down the pit lane. So that's going to be more than that, and I do believe John Bauer is going to make that right-hand turn back into the paddock. We'll have to see. So, yeah, he has definitely made that right-hand turn, so his day is done.
All right. Let's see here. In Spec Cayman, it is Matt Di Stefano, your leader, with Waleed Shahadi running second, although we might want to try to check in. Again, seemingly every car in Spec Cayman is either silver or gray. Waleed Shahadi in the gray 147 machine. We got Paul Van Eden in the silver 648. We'll try to pick them up in a minute here. Gray and silver.
Well, that's thinking out of the box.
Actually, I think that might be.
Right
I think
there.
we're watching them right now coming through. Coming through turn one.
Yeah, I just got a new car. Really? What color did you get? Silver.
Silver.
Oh,
Thank you.
Geez.
It's all Audi's fault. All right. By the way, Joe Viola, our overall leader, just reset fast lap. He's down at a 120.579.
Finally got out of traffic.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. And I'll tell you, it's not so bad. Track record holder in the Pro Series in Porsche Carrera Cup, Andy Lally, at a 119.71. So
we're not that
Viola,
far off.
not that far off right now.
Yeah.
Andy Lally, who is now the race director for Trans Am, I believe.
Yes. Andy Lally, just retiring from IMSA, moving over into Trans Am into that position. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trans Am
President to
president.
Trans Am. Yeah, that's right.
Got to give him his due there. Got to give him the respect
indeed.
of what he is doing.
All right, so this is the battle for where do we say the battle for fourth in?
That's actually the battle for second in Spec
second.
Cayman with
Yeah,
Wally
sorry,
Chetty
I'm sorry,
and Paul
second.
Van Eden as they go down into turn one. And at one point, going by the start-finish line, Paul Van Eden tried to make a move to driver's right over Wally Chetty in that 147. Wasn't able to make it stick, but now it looks like he's going to get stuck in behind some lap traffic there. So again, Paul Van Eden going to get shuffled out. And that gap now, Greg, that's going to go by the wayside there with that other car in between. And it just looks like he was not able to make it stick. Tried to force his way in to follow Wally Chetty through there. It just did not, wasn't able to get that car in there.
Yeah, and we'll see now as our overall leaders are starting to come up on that fight. It's probably going to expand even more. Let's take a look, if we can, and we'll see if we can direct our
Director,
our director, Jordan, over towards the battle for fourth in GTB1. We got a white Porsche Cayman. That's Daniel Krantz in the 8 machine. We've got Gregory Wager in the black and teal 150. And there they are coming through turn 5. It took longer for me to say it than it did for Jordan to track them down. And see, there is Krantz, a little defensive, takes just enough, moves the car about maybe a half a car width off of the edge of the track, just to make Gregory Wager think twice about trying to push the car down the inside. We've already seen one incident down there.
Well, I was going to say, Gregory Wager was in one of them.
Exactly.
Trying to go through there with the 321 there of Eric Yorksoy early on.
That's why, hey, maybe somebody radioed ahead to Daniel Krantz to let him know. Hey, did you see what happened to Yorksoy 10 laps ago?
Yeah. Let's make sure we keep an eye on our head on a swivel there, even though you're in the car. Right. Got the 2 head restraints up there, but you got to keep it on a swivel because he'll go for the same real estate you do.
That's right. All right, well, we'll see here because it looks like Wager might have a little bit better pace so far today. He's lapped, and this was before the incident, I believe, Brian, lapped almost 0.3 of a second faster than Daniel Krantz through today's race. As it stands here, he just has to stay, and he's taking that look to the outside. Again, that is besides being a low percentage move, I think it's, again, right there at turn 5, probably more to get into the head of the driver ahead.
And Greg, we are working the last lap with Joseph Viola, Jeff Smith, Mark Calzaretta, who has dropped back away from that battle. So this battle right here, when they come by, they're going to end up with 1 to go as well. So they're going to, so if he wants to, if Gregory Wager wants to get in front of Daniel Krantz, he's going to have to do it on this next lap.
All right, so we'll watch this fight here for a moment, then we'll move on to our leaders, to Joe Viola and Jeff Smith. Here as that machine runs a little bit wide going through turn 10, gathers it back up as they come onto the front straight, and maybe certainly opens up too much of a gap, I think, for Wager to try to come underneath them, going under braking into turn 1 this time around. But look how much ground he picks up under braking, Brian. The nose of that machine, just of the 150 car, just dove to the ground hard on the throttle there. But every time he does that, and it helps him make up some ground, but then he loses a little bit on exit as well. But he knows now that again, time is running out as they are working the last lap. Let's try and find our overall leaders if we can.
Leaders just now coming out of turn 12, heading down the front stretch here, going past the checkered flag. So again, Joseph Viola going to pick up the win there and the win in GTC 8. Jeff Smith going to pick up the win in GTC 6 and second overall.
All right, as Mark Calzaretta now comes across the line, taking the win in GTD 3, finishing third overall. Let's see if we can find that battle again there in GTB 1. And there they are as they come underneath the spec Cayman there, and it looks to be, and again, this is just off the podium. This is the battle for fourth in GTB1. Daniel Krantz and Greg
one
Wager.
Of them gone around, and I think that may be Krantz that just went around there, Greg.
Is.
So Krantz going around trying to get as much as he can. There's Rami Farid there. That's actually going to be your fourth overall and your winner in GTD2 as he gets by that. But yeah, Krantz, again, another product of trying to get as much as you can to try to keep that other driver out, and that's going to move him back down to fifth in that GTB1.
Yes, Greg Wager then will finish in fourth. All right, so let's run down the order here. Again, Viola, Smith, Calzaretta, and Rami Farid crossing the line. That is your top 4, with Farid taking the win in GTD2. Noam Eliyahu will finish 5th overall. Again, great start for him. He started 11th on the field, made up all those spots on the very first lap, and was able to hold off the rest of the field. He will take the win in GTC4. Joe Doria will finish 6th, and takes the win in GTC 3, with Robert Hargeschmeyer finishing 7th overall with the win in GTC 5. Eric Liu, for the second race in a row, will take the win in GTB 1, finishes 8th overall over Matt Tunwitz. Margin of victory, 7.8 seconds. Leslie Schrem will finish in 10th overall, taking the win in GTD 1. If we go and break down here in where we had multiple racers in the class, again in GTB 1 with Eric Liu and Matt Tunwitz. Top 2, Art Sang in GTB 1, finishing about 30 seconds back from Tunwitz. And then Greg Wager on the very last lap steals 4th place from Daniel Krantz, who finishes in 5th. In Spec Cayman, Matt DiStefano will take the win over Paul Van Eden. Walid Shahadi will finish in 3rd. Dominic Belvedere will finish 4th. And Eric Yortsoy only completes 5 laps. James Wilson, our sole racer in GT2. Jeff Smith in GTC 6. As we mentioned, Mark Calzaretto finished 3rd overall in GTD 3. In GTC 3, Joe Doria with the win over John Bauer, as Bauer brought his car down the pit lane on lap 16, so he finishes 7 laps back. In GTD 1, Peter DeBusman, our sole racer. Carl Tallardi only completes 7 laps, as I believe he had an off early on. And Steve Garrison, our sole racer in GT3. All right, so that's going to wrap things up, not only for our red race, but also for all of our racing action here today. Art, let's make a final call to the grid for our driver's ed folks.
And attention in the paddock. Last call, final event of the day, driver's ed to the grid.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for us today with our broadcast of the Schattenbaum Showdown here from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. We're going to be back tomorrow morning starting at 9:20 a.m. We're going to have our final round 3 of sprint races for each of our 3 race groups. And then in the afternoon, going to have our endurance race. Pit stops and all, you don't want to miss it. Always great fun here as a way to round out a PCA Club Racing weekend. So, for Brian Donati and Art McHugh, also for Jordan Worth and Brendan Kazmarek from DriverSeye Live, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.